Hello everyone, how's it going? Welcome back to the new studio. This weekend I finished my Path of Rexar challenge just in time for what I think is a good time to, you know, maybe take a look at what's going on with the old sorry, I'm trying to fix this a little bit. There it is. That's a little better for me. The old changelog. You know, we got it. We got the... Oh, how do I move that doodle? Put the doodle there. So, the 1.18 changelog has finally come down. There's plenty to talk about, and... You know... I'd say why not? Why not go through it? I've done some skimming. I've seen a few things that I think are worthy of discussion. Also, for stream today, I have our tally board of things that we think are wins and losses. If I remember to use it, I have it. Also, I'm using GIMP now, so when I was using Paint.net, OBS and Paint.net did not agree about anything, so at least I think this should work. Shout outs to Dane from the art team who finally gave me the push to use GIMP, but plenty to go over. But first I'd like to say hello to Raukangren, Sonic, hello, Kilt Zombie, Drew, good to see you. Hello lurkers that don't want to chat, and that's okay, you know, I get that. Sometimes you just want to kind of vibe out. Sometimes you just kind of want to zone out. I feel that. I feel that a lot. So, the way I have this set up, I have a couple tabs ready to go over in my browser here. There's lots to look at, right? They gave us this huge image. It's a good overview. You see the new zones. You see the new dungeons, you know, 35 to 41 and a 27 to 33. Interesting. You see the class dungeon extensions. Itemization updates. 600 new items, 3 new item sets, updated leveling item sets, updated runes of AQ class sets. That's the AQ 20 sets. Wildhammer and Chandralar armories. Thorium Brotherhood and Argent Dawn Reputation gear rewards. Molten Core raid expansion and content update. Love to see that. Here's some of their PvP stuff they have kind of previewed here. Sunstrider Court, new arena. They're going to have rated arena 2v2s. The 2x2s. 2x2? I think it's 2v2. Yeah. New transport routes. You'll notice Alliance seems front and center there. I wonder why. It's all Alliance complains about, honestly. They have everything else. Class changes round 3. I don't know what the subtitle for class changes is going to be this time around, but new family pet abilities. I think that's a pretty big deal. UI improvements. I know Haxer and other devs have been hard at work on that stuff. New locations. These didn't get a lot of coverage. I covered them in the radio news. There's also one that's not even on the image here. It's Ursin's Rest, which is like an expansion area to Teldrassil, I believe. I don't know how it works, but I know it's a new zone for Night Elves. Or it's like, if it's next to Teldrassil, it's for Night Elves, right? So that'll be interesting. But that's just like the preview image. Plenty to chat about. I'm gonna, let's see, the way I have the tab set up, I have sort of like the main post. We're gonna go through that. I have a couple small market things I gotta talk about when we get to them. Class adjustments. Let's see, hold on, yeah. So here's the main thing, right? Here's the big post. I believe this is class adjustments. Yep. PvP. And then these are all the itemization stuff. So I will try to get to the top of that. There it is. Wait, is that the same thing? No, it's not. All right. Yeah. Oh, you know what? I think I have it here somewhere too. Night elves are getting something new, and listen, that's fine. I will never look at like new content, go like, oh, whoa, how dare they? Like that's not what I do. But what I will say is, it's not just me that notices stuff. Okay, let me just throw this Reddit post here. This was posted a day ago. This player says, I love what the Turtle WoW devs are doing. I love the new zones, but I feel like there's more content added that's alliance oriented. For example, the Alliance gets a new capital, the Horde doesn't. From the 3 new zones in 1.18, there's 1 alliance, 2 neutrals. Stormwind gets new areas, Little Silvermoon, other places. Horde capitals don't get any new content, and the Alliance gets areas in Horde zones. The Barrens and Tirisfal. There's exceptions all over there. This person definitely seems like a newer player, right? I let them know my view. I'm not really on Reddit that much. I got 47 likes on this, so clearly I said something that struck a nerve. But one thing I will always point out, that's how it was in vanilla. The Alliance just had more content. They started with more content. They always had more content. I don't know when the tie happened or when it caught up. So it's always been like that to a certain extent. So, you know, I did bring up the fact that I've only ever seen Alliance players with the what's called the, I think it's Seeker of Knowledge, which is 2,800 quests completed. I've only seen Alliance players. I had this guy. Oh, one Horde player in my guild got Seeker of Knowledge, 2,800 quests. And I'm like, oh, please let me know. I got a name drop. If anyone knows Kimane, I'd love to follow up on this. But what was really funny to me is that right after, someone says, it's impossible without a faction change, right? Because if you see a Horde player with that title, there's a good chance also that they did a faction change. So just bear that in mind. I'm not saying it's all across the board. I'm still trying to find like one unfaction changed Horde player that's done the whole thing. That's gotten it. I think it still is theoretically possible, but possible in a way that is painful. And the margin between Alliance and Horde, like that 100 to 200 quest difference is like night and day for a player. So anyway, I had to mention that because when I was looking at these zones, I was thinking the same thing, right? I mean, neutral, Alliance, right? And then when we talked about these zones right here, this is probably going to be neutral, Alliance, Horde, but there's another Alliance one popping in with the Ursun's Rest, so it's like take one step forward and 2 steps back, I swear. Yeah, Rao Kingren. That's what's holding them back. No. The people that are going for Seeker of Knowledge are very sweaty about it. Even the Alliance players that are doing it. It's very serious business. They do every seasonal quest. They do every like Dark Moon Fair quest. They do, if they can, they do all the raid quests they can. Some of them, there are some Horde players that are like, I need to do the entire shifting, the Scepter of the Shifting Sands, and I need to drop 2 professions and do the 2 that give me more quest completions, and I'll still fall short. Because they actually have to, like, map it out, so... Anyway. So, getting into the juice here. What did I do here? I didn't mean to do that. Alright. This is just a rehash of what we already saw. So, I'm just going to try to touch on new, like, actually new stuff. We already heard about Grim Reaches. We got the geographical location now. There's wetlands, there's Loch Badan. Here is what we're now, yeah, Grim Reaches. It's very interesting. It looks like Zarmgeth Stronghold, ruins of Stolgaz Keep. This looks like this might be the Horde area. Not 100% positive. And you know, Antonio, yeah, I mean, it's a little bit of a hot take, but I'm also someone that enjoys RP. And I only play Horde. There might be some truth in that, though. Map looks lovely. I don't know how much we can really glean from this, other than the fact that it is pockmarked with caves. Look at all these caves. It's going to be a cave bonanza. I'm not really sure what Grim Hollow is, but we see some screenshots here. I mean, hold on, it's like not a lot to go off of, but you know, it's something. Hold on, I didn't want that one. Oh, geez, did that really make that go away? That really did. Hold on. This is the one. This is the one. Okay. All right. I have to be very careful next time I click on a picture, evidently. Interesting. Some kind of dwarf hero. Over here we also have, it's kind of hard to make out what we're looking at here. It looks like a gnome. Yeah, so I pretty much only play, what the heck? Oh, sorry. So yeah, there's not a lot to be gleaned from this. You know, other than some atmospheric pictures. It's cool, though. We have the new zone, Northwind. Very interested in this. What I'm particularly interested in, connected to my previous point, is that evidently there is going to be some amount of questing or quest hub spot for the Horde here, which I find very interesting because this is Stormwind down here, and I think this is like Ironforge, so I'm not really sure how the Horde gets here. And, you know, I'm looking around, I see this looks like one of the classic Orcish tower kind of things. They might have access to the port. They might actually have control of the port. Again, lots of caves. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And there's a quarry. I'm pretty sure Ambershire is like the actual, if I remember what I've read before, this is the proper village, you know, township spot for the Alliance, this spot. Abbey Gardens, this is interesting. I'd love to know what this is all about too. Yep, they rehash more of it in this video. Most of these pictures have been seen before, I do believe. I'm actually going to look at this one, though. Yeah, so we've seen pictures of like a tilting ground. This looks like a tilting ground. So like when people do jousting, that's called a tilting ground. You see stands here, and you see the little barriers separating things. So I'm not sure what they have cooked up here, but they've shown off enough with jousting that I'm convinced something's going to be going on with jousting there. And what else I want? I want to look at this one too, just to get a kind of a different vibe of the little town here. Looks like the tabard for these, what is it called? Ambershire? They have like a tree tabard that's kind of yellow. It's very interesting. Also looks like the zone's locked in sort of an eternal autumn. It's kind of cool. Here's the island of Baylor. We still don't know exactly where this is. They say where it is, but we don't know like exactly on the map where they're going to put it. But it says off the western shores of Elwyn and Westfall is a cursed place among the people of Stormwind. This is from old Warcraft 2 lore. I believe this is like where Gul'dan like betrayed the Horde at the time to go do something else, and he went here. I don't remember it exactly. I apologize to the lore people out there. Just taking a look at this though. Bilgerat compound. Looks like there might be some sort of goblin influence here. Bilgerat is sort of like a word that's usually associated with goblins. Stormrot Castle. Also, take a look at this. SI7 Outpost. Interesting. And again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 caves. That's a lot. I'm not sure how this will work. I'm pretty sure this is going to be contested neutral area. But also, even though I don't do a lot of Alliance storyline stuff, as a rogue enthusiast, I'm excited to see what the SI7 outpost is going to be all about. I'm very excited for those that are going to be able to play through that. Oh, thank you, Riddle. Also, hi, Riddle. How's it going? Now, let's take a look at a couple select shots. I think this one's pretty dramatic. It looks cool. We'll also look at just an orc doing orc stuff. All right, we see some of the purple flame. So definitely some cultist activity. Like, you see purple flame, you assume some kind of cult activity is going on. I don't know why, but it's just like a signifier. We see some kind of an orc here doing something. Looks like he has one of those cool skull staves. And the other screenshot here, we also, like, again, I mean, this caravan has been long ruined. Why is the lantern still on? Is it haunted? Is this orc still scavenging? Yes, that is what they've said, Riddle, that it is the Stormreaver clan. So I'm assuming this is someone from the Stormreaver clan with Chieftain Zulu head, I believe. So a lot of intrigue there. Stormrot Ruins, I think that's what's going to be in this zone. Here's the Lionel Schramm artwork, and I just think this is absolutely gorgeous. I've gassed up Lionel Schramm's work. He's done tons of other pieces, but I think this is very good. You have these adventurer types, and there's just this hulking brute standing in front of a fire. Love it. Now, I believe these pictures are not... I think they might be associated with Stormrot Ruins. I'm kind of curious about that. Okay, some kind of a lodge, longhouse kind of thing going on here. A fungus garden? They're not that kind of orc. And a big library. I've seen this before, and I thought this might have been Rimbatol at first. Again, note the purple fire, probably cultist stuff. I don't know why. It's just usually how it works out. What is this? So these are... Huh. These look like female orc models, to the best of my... Yeah. Female orc models are all here. So, more from the Storm Reaver clan. Very interesting. Dragon Maw Retreat. I think this would be the one in that area in wetlands. This doesn't like tell me a lot here, but I am in game. I'm in a guild, Blackwing Guard, who's involved with in lore the Red Dragonflight, so I'm always interested anytime I see them. This is very moody, doesn't tell us a lot, but taking a look here, anytime you see these statues, again, probably cultists. Cultists or warlocks. And if you look closely, we see a red whelpling with some orcs, and that's gotta be a dwarf, I think. I'm not positive, but I think that's a dwarf. So, a lot of interesting things. I saw the red dragon, I was pumped. There was, on the bottom, it's kind of hard, you can't really see a lot of this, but it's just all more whelps, so. I'm going to start zipping through some of the stuff, some of this stuff a little bit more quickly, though. The Brambled Grotto. We've seen dungeon extensions before. I'm cautiously optimistic. Temple of Agamagan. I believe someone told me that that's the Quilboar hero who did something during like some kind of war. I don't remember exactly how that all worked, but this statue looks really cool. Look at that thing. Look at that. I don't even know if that's, that might be vanilla, I don't know. It's such a cool statue, though. How does one become exalted with the green dragonflight? I don't know. You're gonna have to sleep on it. Black Fathom Deeps is getting this Temple of Elune. It's a very, I'm not saying like it's like a bad name, it's just a very basic name, and I'm surprised they used it for this. So that means there's like some kind of night elf thing going on down here. But all the pictures that have been leaked about this, or, you know, teased, have shown a lot of satyrs, which I believe in WoW are like corrupted night elves, so more to learn about that, I guess. Thank you, Riddle. Riddle, you always got the lore hookup. Riddle says Agamagan is the Malorn of the Boars, a demigod. Okay. Oh, really? I guess that makes sense that Black Fathom Deeps has always been a temple to Elune. But the way that it makes this seem is that there's still something like active here happening. So I don't know. The Faraki tombs, this is like a very old screenshot. We were showed this like back in December of last year. So we've been waiting to see more about this. The new stuff that came out though was this Faraki Arena. This might be a little bright, so I apologize for the potential flashbang. But when we're looking here, a lot of dead trolls. I'm thinking this might be a PC. Not quite sure. A lot to be gleaned from this, but they already have like one sort of set piece with the adventurers and the pyramid in Zul'Farrak. So I'm wondering if this is going to be like another set piece. I'm interested to see how this all works out. I love when they extend the dungeons though. Here's what I was talking about. When we were looking at those pictures before, Slickwick oil rig, okay. New goblin operation fueled by their lust greed. The Duratar Labor Union is looking to strike it big once again. All right, yeah. I love Duratar Labor Union expansion. So, if what we know about this at least is that this is much more horde centric because it's the Duratar Labor Union. So that's a plus. Rugford's Mountain Rest. I believe this is going to be like an early leveling expansion area. It's going to start some of the storylines with the Dark Iron Dwarfs, which I think is great because a lot of that, if you play Alliance, you don't get introduced to that like too early. I think the earliest you might bump into it is like in Loch Modan, and I think even then it's very sparse. So this might build upon it a little bit more. Earthen Ring. This is very much exclusively Horde. So at least with these, it looks like we're tied, which you'd Horde and Alliance. What I'm curious about is where... Now, they say this is going to be in Sunrock Retreat. I'll take a look at the picture here. We have, like, one of those big plinths. I'm not sure where this would be in Stone Talon Mountains. They've done a lot to Stone Talon Mountains, if I'm being honest, between this, Amani Allure, and Powder Town. So, out of all the zones I think they've added the most to, I think, in some ways, I think Stone Talon Mountains might be one of the most. And this is supposed to be the Rugford's Mountain Rest, this little picture of like a picturesque snowy village spot. This is the only picture I think we've seen so far of Urson Heights. Let me, let's see if we can... What can we glean from this? Well, Furbolgs. Furbolgs at it again. Yeah. Well, this is definitely like in and or around Teldrassil. It's gotta be. Just, I mean, look at massive trees, purple haze everywhere. Yeah. That's true, Riddle, because wasn't it like, during Warcraft 3, there was like an ancient cavern that Thrall and company traveled through? I know what you're talking about. I talked to someone about it. Okay, a new arena. I don't know how this is gonna fit in. Like, if it's specifically, hey, this arena is just gonna be for 2v2s. They give a little bit of lore here. Okay. Down for that. Rated arena teams. This again, not a PvPer myself, but I'm looking at this and I'm going, interesting. So honor and arena. I don't know how like this will matter, if this will have any sort of rewards or titles or anything like that. I think there's a lot left missing out of this picture, but I at least know rated stuff is kind of a big deal for PvPers, I guess. Let's see. Yes, so they'll have exclusive rewards. Interesting. All right. Here they jump into PvP tweaks, and I think I have the link for that right here. Now, this link links to this. And this is an old post by Jamie. You can see it was posted on June 10th, so like, you know, a little over, what that's like, almost 2 months ago. Now, this, I believe, is having some amount of controversy. Again, I've said it many times before, I'll say it again. I don't really PvP a lot, but I don't know why this is. I'm guessing it's to cut down on the burstiness in PvP. Reduces incoming physical damage, magical damage, healing, and shields, right? But I don't have to be a PvP enthusiast to understand that, like, this will just make fights take longer, and classes that do better when fights take longer are going to win, right? I think. If anyone in chat knows, let me know. Soap lava, that is a really good idea. I hope you can spectate them too. And hello, Jose. Muy bien. Thank you. Well, exactly, Riddle, they do. I don't know, like, the gap between, like, Tier 1 and Tier 2 and, like, Tier 3 and 3.5, it feels pretty big. So, yeah, yep, Kill Tom. Like, I don't know exactly what the right answer is and all that. However, I can say this. Oh, wait, where is it? And then we'll go over to... So on this one, I'm going to write... Bursty PvP. And then over here, I'm going to put on wins... defensive PvP. For our wins and losses. Exactly, Raukanger, and I bet there is too. Hello, Lizzie Babs. Alright. Okay. So they also didn't give us a hard and fast placeholder value. This might be something that they could change server side, not client side. So maybe they can adjust it as they go, which will be interesting. Other things is they talked about the arena map we know about, the return of 2v2s. Yep, rated arena tunes. This, I think, is an absolute W, I think, all around. I don't know if the PvP community is going to be, like, really happy about this, but I think more casual PvPers will, because I could tell you that I've gone into Warsong Gulches on a whim and just been like, oh, I guess they have the flag and they just have it. And they're just farming HKs now. Kind of felt weird. So, stacking debuff for anyone holding the flag for an extended period of time. They don't say how long an extended period of time is, but I think this is a step in the right direction. And players who are standing in spots that we deem safe spots, as described by our rules, will now receive a damage over time debuff that will last as long as they are in such a position. These positions will be continuously updated by the team. That's a very interesting thing, because, like, I'm curious how they do that on their end. Do they put down, like, little world aura buff markers that, like, if you stand close to this, you get the debuff? And yeah, Kilt. It's never been the big draw of Turtle, and that's also okay. And I think it's fun that they haven't, like, just abandoned it. They still continually try to do stuff, and so, you know, the silly saying, you know, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. Okay. Fun detected. Well, yeah, but also, Drew, you are on the forums a lot. The forums versus, like, Reddit versus the Discord are, like, completely different beasts. Everyone likes to complain on the forums. It's, like, very negative there. Hello, Brutus. Anyway. So, I thought that was interesting. Do keep in mind they have some other stuff for later that they're going to be integrating. Brand new Battleground will be interesting. But listen, we're here to talk about the patch that's coming out. That was pretty much the long and short of the PvP changes. There are some class and gear changes that would I think, affect things. But I will say, while I'm thinking about it, flag, carrier, grief, safe spotting, and that seems okay to me. But put it in the lost column. Okay, so if we're done with what they've slated in for PvP, we're back here. Molten Core extension and updates. We've seen a lot of imagery coming out. This new Incendus. It's going to be like a really big honking Incendisaur. If you've seen Lionel Schramm's artwork on it, it's really cool. Old Shadowforge, as a neophyte to Dwarven lore, I am excited about this. Learning about the maybe tying up some loose ends with the Dark Iron Dwarves. It's pretty much confirmed that like Thane Thorazon is that ghostly image we saw in the video, I'm assuming. And the ruins of Old Shadowforge is probably where they summoned Ragnaros initially. It's very interesting. So some of this is new. Gehennis has retired and returned to the Firelands to live a peaceful life on a ranch with his grandchildren, removed from Molten Core. Can we all pour one out for Gehennis? You're a real one. I cannot remember which one Gehennis is. Is Gehennis the one before Magmadar, or is Gehennis the one before Gar? Does anyone know? I mean, I guess I can also put... Gehennis Enjoyers. It's the third boss, so it's... Oh, the first one's Lucifron? It's Lucifron, Magmadar, and then Gehennis. Okay, thank you. Molten Core. I think Molten Core, because of the original design on it, is kind of janky. It's like very lazy design. Seeing improvements to it, I think, is great. So, those who actually enjoy Molten Core, I think, are going to be big winners here. I think it's too early to tell anything else, though. Alright. Tier gear previously dropped by Gehennis is now dropped by Incendus, and his rune now requires Incendus to be killed instead to become dousable. Hands of the enemy no longer require Hands of Gehennis to be completed. That's good foresight. That also leads me to believe that the entrance to Incendus's lair is possibly where Gehennis was. Not sure, but it's possible. This makes sense. New loading screen to say, hey, it's not vanilla Molten Core anymore. I have no idea what this means. The Magma Lash Scorpion now roams the depths of Molten Core. Doesn't sound great. Also, here's that artwork I was talking about from Lionel Schramm. I mean, look at this kaiju guy. This guy looks awesome. I hope Lionel just gets more work than just Turtle WoW stuff. That's all I'm going to say. want to take a little closer look at these pictures. Now, I'm not... if we remember... Hold on. If we from this... It did say... 3 new bosses. So, I'm assuming these are going to represent bosses. These might be a boss encounter. I'm assuming because there's 3 pictures, right? Maybe it's a leap in logic. These are the models that you find in Blackrock Depths, though, in that little foundry area. It's kind of cool they're reusing them here. Look at him. He's just a cutie. He's a big cutie. What are you doing here? Get out of my lair. And of course what I assume is Thane Thorzen. It's gotta be, right? Interesting. Okay. So let's take a look. New transport routes. Okay. Ambershire to Northwind to Stormwind, Elwyn Forest. That makes sense. SI Outpost to Baylor, Sentinel Hill, Westfall. That also makes sense. The Horde, this will be taking Gromgal to get to Stormbreaker Point. So that does mean that that's going to be near STV in some way, shape, or form. It's probably going to be like north and west, right? Grim Reaches, it makes sense you get there from Loch Modan. Okay. Shatterblade Post is going to be, we're going to get there from Arathi Highlands. Okay. And Slickwick Oil Rig, confirming, by the way, that this is a Horde-only zone. We get there from Tinner's. That also makes sense. Okay. Now we can jump into the class balance stuff. I have that tab open as well. Where is it? There it is. Okay. Let me check up with chat. You think it might just be a trash mob? It might be a trash mob. It could also be like not like a full Twin Emperor, but like a Twin Emperor kind of thing. Like these 2 golems. They do a lot with golems. It's kind of crazy they don't have more golem bosses, actually, in general. And I say that as a shout out to all my gnome homies who have Disassembler now as a racial and get a flat 5% damage buff on mechanical enemies like golems. So, Lil Karen, I hope to see you parsing on a golem boss. Meanwhile, trolls sit back and say, we have beast slain, so we're good. There's a lot of beasts. Okay, so this was cached with the class changes. I suppose it's relevant. Physical damage reduction from armor is no longer capped at 75%. Now, Drew, I know you have a big bear who probably has more armor than you know what to do with. Could you tell me what this means? The extra reduction gained from armor beyond this point will be diminished. The updated formula will be shared later. Also, yeah, and I assume the Flame Scorpion is just going to be some wandering dude. Oh man, hold on. I'm thinking to myself, Oh, I left it on normal latency. So, I'm a little bit more slow. Well, I'll be slower to respond to chat. That's so annoying. I don't think I could change that, right? Hold on, can I? What happens if I hit edit? Nope, I cannot change the bit rate at which I'm shooting stuff out. Okay. So I apologize if by the time I'm reading chat, if it's a little delayed. It is what it is. Okay, so Drew did get back to me on damage mitigation. Says, so damage mitigation stops at 75%. Roughly 17k armor was the hard cap. Now being at, say, 19 or 20k will reduce it even further. Okay. I'm assuming this is kind of a bigger deal for tanks. especially bears, the very armor heavy, but I can imagine warriors, prot warriors, paladins who are wearing plate, even shamans to a certain extent. I don't think they get to the 75% cap as easy as druids do, but they say that they're aware of the effects this can have on gameplay if the extension to the formula beyond 70 doesn't have the enough diminishing returns. This is taken into account. Okay. Yeah, Drew, I faintly remember that too, but I was still like rogue tank pilled back then. Okay, interesting. I think maybe it's to allow healers to have a little bit more to do, maybe? Or is it better? Oh wait, sorry, it's no longer capped. I was reading this as capped. Okay, it's no longer capped. So this means maybe harder hitting bosses might be able to hit a little harder. Interesting. All right. I think this is alphabetical. I can really only stop to really dwell on the classes that I know well, but I'll still take a look. This looks like absolute win, by the way. In fact, I'm gonna put this on the win. I'm gonna put this on the win list right away. So it says, druids that obtain their swift travel form will be able to obtain the ability to transport party members on their back with the Tome of the Wild Ride. Only those seen as worthy by the Green Dragonflight will gain this power. Oh, that's why you were asking about the Green Dragonflight. It all makes sense now. Hold on. Big winners. Bear bus. I'm excited for it. I would love to be able to ride a druid into battle. I have no idea how janky that code's gonna be, but you know what? I'm here for it. Okay. New spell Reshift. Cancels and reapplies the current shapeshift form. Requires a non-swift travel form shapeshift form to be active. Fortunately, the dev notes usually cue me into what's going on here. One of them is using the Fur talent, setting their energy to a specific amount upon entering cat form. Utilizing this can be quite cumbersome for players with higher ping, resulting in a clunky feeling while executing the high octane play Feral Combat Cat is known for. With Reshift, reducing the needed amount of actions for this from 2, cancel form, to reapplying it, to 1, Reshift, allowing players to enjoy this tool a bit more fluent way. Okay. That's pretty big. I'm gonna add to the list, but I'm gonna say high ping ferals. I mean that just seems like a win. I could be wrong. Oh yeah, and power shifting. I don't know how much power shifting still to utilize, but yes. Okay, you can now use Juju's, Gift of Arthas, Lucidity Potion, and Bandages in Cat and Dire Bear forms. I'm sorry. I was okay with potions. I do not see a bear applying a bandage. Potions I'm still okay with. Juju's I don't know. Because, I mean, what is a Juju? But, bandages, you lost me on bandages. I'm sorry. Like, I could see a bear ripping into a pack that has bandages and, like, clawing at it, but I don't, like, applying a bandage requires, like, very fine dexterity. I'm gonna put this on a loss. Bear, manual, dexterity, immersion? Yeah, I think the Juju's really kind of the bigger one. And I think it makes sense, right? Because there's two jujus that are very useful to use in combat, especially if you're a feral, whether you're a tank or you're a DPS. There's Juju Flurry, which increases your melee haste temporarily, and there's also Juju Dodge, which I imagine a bear would like using. So yes. Thank you, Antonio. You know what I'm saying. If bears had thumbs, I cannot suspend my disbelief for the bandage thing. This allowed druids additional energy gain in combat. We've added an energy regeneration effect to all ranks of Tiger Fury, helping players against bleed immune targets and those not wishing to utilize the Führer talent. I know feral DPS is very much about bleeds. I mean, you know, rogues got corrosive poison, right? And that helps a lot to work against immune to poison targets, but it does just like less damage. So I don't know where they're at. I remember the whole thing with Pounce's bleed working on immune targets, which was a big, I don't know if it's a big deal, but so it looks like they're still playing around with the concept of what can and can't bleed and how to like work around that for ferals, because some mobs just can't bleed, you know, like those golems that all the gnomes are attacking. Duration. Okay, so this is a Ripster finisher, right? Damage dealt every second and attack power scaling is unchanged, meaning the ability deals up to 50% more damage per cast. Yeah, okay. I mean, yeah, that's just a good boost to them. Well, I mean, I think it's to a lesser extent, Drew. I hear what you're saying about, you know, if you don't take Führer, you're this kind of druid. I mean, there are rogues that play assassination, right? They could be playing combat, which still is kind of top damage, but I don't know if this is comparable, but I think there is spots where either one of them would excel. So it's kind of, no, pick your poison, if you will. So I don't know if it's something like that, or if it's just people's playstyle, and I'm happy with not trying to penalize different playstyles too much. So I know how I feel about that, but heal over time effects now heal every 2 seconds to every 3. Total healing power scaling remains roughly the same. Also reduced regrowth duration from 21 to 20 seconds to match a new healing interval. This is good. Just in general good. I feel like outside of Tranquility, which is busted good, I feel like druids have the resto druids have been struggling to keep up with the times. So this sounds good. And I don't know what efflorescence is. This just seems like a bug fix, so that's good. No, I get you, Drew. Oh, and yeah, Riddle, that's a good point. Most mob swing times are 3 seconds. So yeah, that actually means druid dot periods make a bigger difference. Okay, balance. Now also increase the range of a ball's poison and remove curse. Okay, this is good. Starfire cast time reduction reduced from 8 to 5 seconds. To level the new power gained by the changes to Eclipse, we reduce the bonus gained by Astral Boon. This is in part also helps druids clipping into the global cooldown of Starfire and raise the benefit of the haste stat for them. Okay. I'm excited for you, Paulie. If you play a feral, I'm excited. Gilwinds now also reduces Hurricane's mana cost, and its attack speed reduction duration is reduced from 10 to 2 seconds. This only affects it when a target leaves Hurricane's area for the effect, as it's constantly... Oh, okay. Yeah, I think that's always been one of the... Even when they improved Hurricane in the past, it's still very expensive. Even though it has a longer cooldown, it's still super expensive. To be fair, I played Mage long enough. AoEs are just expensive. That's just the way of it. But, I don't know, maybe I'm reading this wrong, but I didn't think Boomkins were struggling that much anymore for mana. Maybe they are. Maybe I don't know. But, okay. Eclipse. Reworked to the following: aligns natural and astral energies. Damage from Wrath has a 30% chance to grant Arcane Eclipse, increasing arcane damage. And then damage from Starfire has a 50% chance to grant natural Eclipse, increasing nature damage dealt. Now, these are buffs, so it's not like this is going to help an Elemental Shaman, sadly. But, the damage most granted is 10% plus an additional 60% of your critical spell strike chance. Interesting. I don't know how Boomkin's stat or value spell crit. You know, most spellcasters that get good crit bonus, like stacking crit, especially at higher gearings. But this is interesting. This gives them even more incentive to do so. Okay. Pretty normal. Alright, Feral Combat. They're shuffling around some talents here. They even say right here, we're shifting the focus of Open Wounds completely on bleeds, having it increase the damage of Rip instead, moving basic power of other abilities away from the bleed effect dependency. So, see, I like that because for enemies that can't bleed, it allows Feral Druid DPS to have something to do. So I'm very happy about that. Improve Shred. Now always increase the damage done by Shred. Have an enter cat form to activate it. Okay. A lot of this has to do with maximizing some of the bleed powers. I can see that. Feral Adrenaline is removed. Looks like this might be replacing it. Maul Swipe and Savage Bite return 5 to 10% of their damage as healing to you. Ferocious Bite has a 10 to 20% chance per combo point to spent to refresh your active Rake and Rip effects and add an additional combo point. You know, every day Feral Druids become closer and closer to being rogues, and I love my orange... I love my orange friends that use the yellow stuff. Much respect, but dang, that sounds really good. I think I can pretty safely put Feral DPS in general under Win. Sina's Bloom. This is about making Healing Touch better. Instead of additional healing in the style of Swiftman, Sina's Bloom will now reduce the casting time of Healing Touch. Okay. Couple of the mana refund effect, Druid should be able to make use of Healing Touch more effectively and longer. Okay, alright. Alright, just looks like some shuffling of the furniture on the old deck here. But it does look like there's been a bit of a concerted effort to help the various styles of druid healing. I don't think it's anything too massive. I think this is like a slight buff. It could be more. Tree of Lifeform now increases armor contribution from items by 180%. I thought it did already. Am I crazy? Interesting. I mean, I thought that because of this. Has padded its bark, gaining, like, I thought because it was made out of wood, it just had more armor. So that's actually kind of a big deal. Really? It didn't have any armor buff? Don't ferals have bark skin? Like, bark skin helps you, like, that's a defensive cooldown, right? Yeah. Ferals had bark skin, but somehow the trees didn't get armor until now? Okay, well, under winds, I'm also going to put, certainly, PvP trees. Exactly. Yeah, that's a pretty big deal, default. Yeah. I don't know how many druids do PvP as resto, but this makes it I mean, you still move slowly, but at the same time, this makes it a little more tolerable. Riddle, you get it. Exactly. All right. Now we're into a class that I know pretty well. By the way, I think this is a sleeper hit. For mage baseline change, this is actually a bigger deal than I think a lot of people think, but Flame Strike, cast time reduced to 3 to 2.5 seconds. Flame Strike is an awesome AoE spell for mages to have at their disposal. The big drawback has been how long it takes to cast. Reducing the cast time, it's not like a mage is going to go, oh, I'm not going to want to cast Flame Strike when the time is right. But now, this gives them more time to do other things. So, this is a win. This is a win. For fire mages, anyway. I guess, to a certain extent, any mage can do it. Right? Yeah, any mage can do Flame Strike. I think only really fire mages like doing it, but... Arcane Rupture, reduce the damage and mana cost. Increase given to arcane missiles from 25 to 20. This also makes an arcane tier 1 8-set bonus. Oh, okay, this is for Arcane Rupture. Yeah. See, I experimented with some Arcane. Using Arcane Rupture is great, but it just demolishes your mana, and you're also trying to time when you can do a Arcane Power. So this is good. Arcane Focus swapped with Magic Absorption. Yeah, I think this is actually good. I should actually pull up a, I think I should get a talent tree. I want to see what they're talking about here. Turtle, wow, talent? Right, go to mages. Alright, let me just take a look here. So... Or was it Rose? I think it was this. Arcane Focus and Magic Absorption swap spots. Oh. Yeah. This is a very good talent that, in many respects, almost any mage wants. I mean, yeah, I could see a world where you go 1, 2, and then 1, 2, 3. You have this here, right? So you have full magic absorption, and then on this tier, if you can get through it, you just go 5 in arcane concentration, because this is just kind of wasted points. You're going to be wasting points in the first row whenever. So they didn't fully fix it, because you're still going to be wasting some points, because you want arcane concentration if you're frost or you're fire. So I don't think it's fully fixed, but at least 3 of those points isn't wasted, so that's good. Okay, fire. Flamethrowing now also increases the radius of your blast wave. I'm surprised it never did. I'm happy it does. I mean, this is like a correction that was just a long time in the coming. Like, they just should have done this. Blast wave is also deceptively big. It'll be interesting if it's even bigger, so... Ignite duration reduced from 6 to 4 seconds. Now, this is the big deal for fire mages. Because I've witnessed this as well. They say it here. They had initially modified to a 6-second duration to free up mages to play different specs while being able to keep up Ignite with fewer fire mages. Now, with other specs being attractive enough to play on their own, we once again want to promote more Ignite cooperation. We'll keep monitoring Ignite even after this change, as it's a delicate talent with a unique mechanic. Unique is a funny word to describe very, very strong. So right now, I think the meta for mages is you want one fire mage and everyone else goes arcane pretty much. You could argue frost as well, but the reason being is that because of the 6-second Ignite and how it works, you don't actually get a bunch of extra damage. I don't know if this is going to change it. We'll see. But if you're a fire mage, this is a big deal, and you're going to really want to pay attention to how this changes things. Hot Streak now is 2 ranks instead of 3. Okay. Meaning Fireball and Fire Blast spell criticals have a 50... Okay. This is an understatement. Fire is quite short on talent points. Yep. If you want the good things, you kind of don't have a lot left. You got to put 3 in Elemental Precision over in Frost for the hit. So you're already at a disadvantage, and you're going to want clear casting like we just talked about. So, yep. This is good. So, okay. About 6 to 8 months ago, and for years before then, Master of Elements was broken on Turtle WoW, and like busted broken. The way it used to work in its broken form was you got the Master of Elements mana refund on every target hit with an AoE. So if you did a Shatter combo with a Flame Strike, you'd go back up to full mana. They fixed that somewhere along the way, and point taken, that was way too strong. However, some of the new way mages are doing stuff, and the lengths of fight are making it surprisingly a little bit more obvious that mages can struggle with mana. Now, they don't seem it, right? But it's because their spells cost so much. So, Master of Elements getting this is kind of a big deal. If you get almost half of your Arcane Explosion, if you get 1 crit and you get half of that mana refunded, that's a big deal. If your max rank Fireball costs a lot of mana, believe it or not. Also, remember, Hot Streak makes mages do Pyroblast, like a lot more. For that reason, fire mages at least are struggling. So Master Elements is a fire talent too. So I think it's meant to pair better now with Pyroblast. So this is a really good change with fire mages. This is just going to be hard for me to remember. I have like a mental timer for 45 seconds when I can do Blast Wave again. And struggling using its own area of effect spells. Yep, because one's a long cast and one has a long cooldown. So it looks like they're working on that. Notice, not a single note about Frost. I guess Frost is doing fine. Oh, Rao Kangren, listen, there's plenty of trees that are struggling. That's true, Rao Kangren, but usually if you go Frost for DPS, you don't get Master of Elements. There's like AoE builds you can use to get Master of Elements, but yes, it does do Frost and Fire. Because I can even show you guys where it is. So Master of Elements is here. You have to invest 15 into Fire for something that helps Fire and Frost. If you're doing this, you're kind of leaning harder into Fire at this point. Or if not, you're gonna have like not the best of both worlds. So but I digress. Hunter, a class I've learned a lot about, but only about one of their specs by playing Rexana. I've learned a lot about Melee Hunter. Oh, thank you, Haxer. Let me see if I can pull that up. I might just do that. Oh, 1.18. I see that. Thank you. I'll keep this up. It's good to have a comparison. So Haxer did. Haxer, is this something that's okay to link to other people? Let me know. Chat's delayed because I forgot to put it at ultra low latency. Oh, true, Rao Kangren. Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna post links in various chats, Twitch, and YouTube. Give me just a second here. Okay. And pin message. There you go. All right, so if you guys want to play around with it for yourself, feel free. Amar, I don't know. I'm not a Paladin player. I've heard some things about Paladin tanks that weren't happy, but yeah. Okay, Hunter got some really cool stuff. We did mention previously the new family stuff, but this is kind of a big deal. Again, I'm still a neophyte to hunters, but even I recognize, and I remember I asked a hunter, a more experienced hunter, I'm like, hey, so do hunter pets, if they get parried, like, do they give parry haste? And he's like, yeah. I'm like, oh. He goes, yeah, it kind of sucks. I'm like, interesting. Take position sounds pretty cool. Hopefully it makes a difference and makes tanks die less. Riddle, it does, the elemental calming works now. You mean the threat thing. Yeah, they fixed that a while ago, but yeah. I shared the wrong link? Did I really? Oh, maybe I did? Hold on. If I go to Talent Builder, and I go to 1.18, I'm going to share this link. I'm going to change that. Unpin this message. Hopefully this one works. Hello, Vlad. How's it going? talking about hunters. All right. I don't know how can that be abused? I don't know enough about hunters. I'm still learning my way, and I've only really learned about survival and doing melee stuff with hunter. So like I'm like a quarter of a hunter. So I did learn a little bit about the pet stuff. Also, if anyone doesn't want the pet family stuff spoiled for you, go get a drink of water and come back in 5 to 10. But I'm going to show these because I think some of them are cool. So, I didn't know this. Not really. But I guess every pet family, well, some pet families have like just latent abilities they have. Tall Striders will be like a little health totem and mana totem. Spiders can root people, which makes them kind of terrifying in PvP, I'd imagine. Hyenas, called probably a ghost wolf. That's kind of cute though. Bears like Misha are going to give a big stamina boost and some damage mitigation to their group. Crocolis I think is the most flavorful one, the death roll. Heavily slowing the target and rapidly dealing damage. Damage is increased against enemies with low health. Whoa. It's Hunter Execute, but with the Crocolisk. Crabs. Okay. Dev team, this, I'm loving all of these. This one does feel a little bit too much like a Pokemon. Bubble barrier. Yeah, all right. Envelops your pet in a bubble that absorbs damage. It's like a Warlock with what is that called? It's like, I know they could sacrifice their Voidwalker for a bubble. I don't know. That's what it made me think of. However, when it breaks, it deals frost damage to all nearby enemies. That's cute. Raptors do a bleed. It's increased if the slash is critical strike. That's cute. Hunter aspects now appear on the stance bar. This is a huge win. I started. I stopped putting wins and losses. Hold on. I had to put fire AoE was a big winner, and very sustain. And now I'm over to Hunter Pets, big winner. I'll show the list later. I'm still adding to it. Well, Antonio, they do spit out bubbles. I agree with that, but like a bubble that could protect someone? I don't know. I don't know, Riddle. I do not know enough about hunters to know what. I leveled Rexana with a bear I got from Terrasfall Uplands. I didn't think about it. I'm just like, I have a bear, that's all I want. So I didn't really look into it much. I do think this is huge though. Hunter aspects being like a stance. That's very impactful. Hunter aspects. I don't know if it's gonna mess up macros or anything, but I think it's a good move. Yeah, that I pretty much agree, Riddle. Yeah, that's what I've seen. CG Bat and Thunderhawk. Yep. Lower ranks of Hunter aspects are now replaced by the highest rank. Okay. I mean, is there any reason to use a lower rank one? I can't think of one. Like, maybe if you're that short on mana, but if you're that short on mana, you have other issues. You can no longer swap your active pet while in combat or while feigning death. This, so I experienced this because I had if you guys watched my playthrough with Rexana, I would never mount up on a bear when Rexana was out. But dismissing a pet takes like 5 seconds. However, what I would do is I would drop Caretaker Brambleclaw, then throw Misha into her kennel, right? And then I would mount up, because the headcanon was that I had to put barding on Misha to go ride her around. And I noticed, I'm like, huh, so I could just throw a pet in there whenever, because it's way quicker than dismissing a pet. So I'm like, huh, that's kind of a... And other much better hunter players were way onto this way quicker than I was, right? But this is good. There was a big loser here, and it was hunter pet cheaters. They took a big L on this one, I think. And they say as much here, too, in the note. Hello, GDA. I know, Riddle. They are very small, the mana worms. So, this is a big win for all 5 dual-wielding survival hunters, of which one Rexana is one. But the main factors that cause a big gap between two-handed and dual-wield playstyles for survival hunter has been the fact that their abilities only strike with the main hand weapon and the lack of hit. The second part can always be remedied by using hit gear, but the first one couldn't be, so we're changing that now. With this change, Mongoose Bite should feel roughly the same for both playstyles. However, this didn't change anything for Carve, and this didn't change anything for Raptor Strike. Is it gonna make a difference? I think it's gonna make them closer, but I don't... Like, a two-hand survival hunter is still, like, the best way to go. But this was a small win, I would say, for... let's see, dual wield survival hunters. Because I could see this actually really being good damage. Yeah, but wing clip you don't really do for the damage guild arc. It doesn't do a lot of damage. It does some, but it's not like Mongoose Bite or Raptor Strike. Yeah, I figured Riddle, but I would challenge that by saying, then what is Rexar? Because Rexar is clearly a hunter, and he only dual wields. So, where is my horde hunter? That's what I'm saying. I know it does good damage. If I wing clip off cooldown, like right now with Rexana, I'm gonna go because I'm going off cooldown with Mongoose and Raptor. And I'm still like a fresh 60, so I can't sustain it. Plus, I'm doing traps. Yeah. Well, I'm sure you have the mana to sustain it. But I'm also like a little baby hunter. I'll probably mix it into the rotation soon. Also, it gives you another chance to proc the haste, so it's actually worth it. Just like leveling up and stuff, I just didn't bother. Okay, No, I don't have full tier 3 yet. Okay. Rapid fire now increases all attack speed by default. I think just survival hunters are getting a nice little this is always weird that you had to take a talent so that rapid fire change it. Did they end up changing the name of it? Also, thank you to Rough Times for the YouTube subscription. And Rao Kangren, I just looked at that. I will hydrate now. Sorry. I can't see all the alerts when I'm doing this. Okay. Where were we? This is actually one that I very much felt when I was leveling with Misha, because I would want her to growl, but growl costs so much focus, and I'm like, ugh. Sometimes I wish you wouldn't growl, but then if you didn't, then they were just on me immediately. So this is nice. This is a nice little change. Screech scales with the pet attack power, dealing 1 extra damage for every 25 attack power, and has a 5-second cooldown. I don't know what that means. I imagine that's good. Or bad. Or hold on. Let me get it here. Okay, so yeah, they're doing this to have them catch up with other pet abilities. Makes sense. Did you do the troll rep to get easy 60 gear or be allowed to DPS in 5-mans yet? Riddle, I did, I got a bunch of gear I couldn't use for the end. Because I did so many quests, I was doing fine for gear. I did a little bit of 5-mans. I got some stuff out of Upper Blackrock and Lower Blackrock. That made a big difference. Yeah, Buzz, I feel you about that. That's the kind of thing that I think might need a client revamp, because that's very hard-coded in a lot of things, I think. Beast Mastery. Okay, they nerfed how much defenses these animals are getting. They've been shown to be quite strong, as they also amplify the stats they inherit from the pet's owner. For this reason, we're pulling this percentage scaling down to compensate for this. Okay. Bestial Swiftness removed. Now, Bestial Swiftness... Alright, this is the... Let me go back to the... I'm going to go to this one, because it should still be on this one. So this is what Bestial Swiftness does. It increases the speed of your pet, which is pretty cool. Dex speed of your pet by 3%, and the speed bonus for your Aspect the Cheetah and Aspect the Pack spells by 6%. This is just a nice talent. Does a lot. And now, you see it's gone. Wait, where did it go? What was there? Okay, so this talent's here. Okay, let's read more. Hitting an enemy with Arcane Shot, Steady Shot, or Raptor Strike causes your pet's next attack within seconds to also perform an attack that deals physical damage equal to 30% of its attack power. This can only occur once every 3 seconds. They didn't really say why they got rid of Beach. Maybe they did later. Pathfinding returns, increases this. Okay, so here it is. Increases your pet movement. Okay, so they just reintroduced pathfinding. Got it. They've been shuffling around some Beastmaster stuff. This looks good. This looks good. This is massive, by the way. Why would they go 18? 18's over a hit cap. Isn't 16 hit cap for spells? Pets have abilities that deal spell damage or disadvantages melee abilities had capped hit chance while spells didn't. This change should fix this inconsistency. Yeah. That's good. I would even... Hold on. I read about this one. This one's kind of cool. Give the command to kill, removing any crowd control effects from your pet, which is PvP-wise, that must be pretty neat, and causing your pet's next 2 abilities within 10 seconds to be guaranteed to critically strike. So that's not autos, that's its abilities. With 50% increased critical strike damage if that ability is capable of striking critically. That's pretty nice. Yeah, but looks like they removed Bestial Wrath, so I think that might... I think a lot of Beastmasters really like this talent, so I don't know what to think. Oh, okay. Okay, thank you, Haxer. I like the flavor of this one. I don't know if it's going to be good or not. We'll note that this is only for ranged abilities, I'm assuming. An instant shot that deals 125 weapon damage and attaches a bait to the target. The target takes 15% more damage from your pet, and your pet's attacks to the target generate 5 focus for 8 seconds. Can only be used after your pet critically strikes a target, and focus generation can trigger only once every 2 seconds. Huh. Interesting. I just really like... I think I saw it like somewhere on Reddit. So someone said, oh, so what? I'm just going to take a banana and then shoot it on an enemy and then say, go get him, King Kong. And I'm like, actually, that's kind of fun. Check the icon. All right. I will. Oh, look at that. That's it. That is cute. I still don't, what did, I think making your pet immune to crowd control effects is kind of a big deal, but I don't know. I don't know. I think this is going to make Beastmaster playstyle a little bit more like dynamic. I'm kind of on the fence on this one, honestly. Hello, Rodfather. Oh, friend of the Rodfather. We're all friends of the Rodfather here. Yeah, I could see that, Haxer. I like the fact that it has times when it activates. Yeah, default. Like, that's what I kind of felt. Most hunters who do beast mastery were reacting to. I want to see. So they say the focus generation has a short cooldown to prevent creating a big gap between fast and slow attacking pets, and is balanced accordingly. So, you know, I think Riddle brought it up before, talking about, like, is Broken Tooth going to be dethroned? It looks like they're doing things to make other pets more viable. So that's interesting to see. That might be what this was. And yeah, Bestial Wrath was used in PvP, because I don't think maybe there are Beast Mastery PvE, like Raiders. But, yeah, I don't know what to think about that. Again, I don't do a lot of PvP, so. I do know I don't like facing off against a hunter when I have done PvP. Marksmanship, we believe marksmanship is a good spot. We are considering taking another look at the design of True Shot Aura and possibly volley in the future update, but for now we don't believe the specialization needs. So this is kind of like Frost Mage. They're just like, yeah, we're good. Notice they didn't even mention Frost Mage in the Mage section. Here they called out. They're like, hey, marksmanship, you're good. Remove cooldown reduction, move to vicious strikes. Okay, I am actually a little bit familiar with the survival tree now. I am on the right one. Yes, I am on the right one. Yes. Okay, so this is... Yep. Okay. Less things changed, it looks like. Okay. But the note said... Rapid strikes, cooldown reduction, move to... Oh, so just move to vicious strikes. Which is... Okay, maybe I don't know it as well as I thought I did. Okay, hold on. Oh, it's all the way down here? Dang. So that talent used to be, I thought, a lot higher. Yeah. So, okay, then what's in its spot? Okay. Improved feign death. Chance to be resisted reduction increased from 4 to 8. I have heard colloquially that survival hunters who go to raids can get a lot of threat sometimes, and they've been getting a lot of resists. So this is maybe good. Yeah, they even say struggle with threat issues. We're improving the resistance reduction to make feigned death much more reliable as a threat drop. We'll be monitoring the state of threat after this change goes live further. Okay. So, Lacerate's new. To replace Rabid Strikes. See, now, they talked about how they don't want to make a two-hand weapon using Hunter too strong, but then they put in another thing that's just really going to... Oh, sorry. Oh, that was weapon damage. 35% of your melee attack power. Never mind. Okay. Dual wielders. We're still here. And bleeding them for 20% of the damage over 8 seconds can only be used after critically striking your target. Using this ability from the size of your target increases its damage by 10%. It causes the bleed to deal its total damage 100% faster. Is side positioning a thing? Is that a thing I need to learn? I don't know what to think about that. Side striking, huh? Usually, I think the strat a lot of people use when they fight Kel'Thuzad is you have three melee DPS groups, and then you have a spot for the tank. So generally, backstab or like dagger rogues will always want to be in the behind spot for KT, obviously. Now there's a world where the like survival hunters would be like, well hold on, I want to be like to the side. I just think it's interesting. Thanks, Progrer Plays. I appreciate the Prime. Thank you. Also, I have the sound on that very low for some reason. Yeah, that should be a little better. Well, yeah, so what they're saying here is uniquely rewards usage from the sides of the target previously unseen in vanilla. It is also homage to the early version of the survival talent tree where Lacerate was the original capstone. Well, I think that's cool. Thanks, Progrer. You're a real one. Appreciate that. Okay. So, I mean, it seems like Survival's getting some good stuff here. And all these affecting Lacerate is good. Vicious Strikes now reduces the cooldown of Raptor Strike and Mongoose Bit by half to 1 second, but the damage increase is reduced from 10 to 20% weapon damage and 10-20 flat damage to 5 to 10% weapon damage. Okay, so that is taking a little bit of the wind out of the sails of a two-hand wielding hunter, but not that much. It's still better to be a two-hand wielding, not a dual wielder. I think overall, I would probably say Bestial Wrath Enjoyers kind of took the L on this one. I'm not sure what else to make of everything, but I think survival hunters, survival in general, seem to do well. Okay. Paladin, a class I've never played. Whoop, whoop. I was given a primer by someone who plays Paladin quite a bit in my guild, Blade, who is not happy, I guess, with the in this, they say they're happy with where Paladin tanking is, but in the itemization, they've removed some stuff that Paladins really need for mitigation, I guess. So we'll see how that all pans out. How? I mean, exactly. How could they nerf anything? Well, real ones remember when they had to nerf the threat generation of oh, what was that? What's that thing only paladins can do on undead? I don't remember the name of it. That was a thing though. Right out of the box after class changes 2, that was doing way too much threat. Like paladin tank. Yes, exorcism. Thank you. I remember I was doing Nax at the time, and a paladin tank just threw it on Saffron, and guess what? Threat lead. Threw it on Patrick. Up. Guess what? Threat lead. Like, you could not catch up. Which is fine, I guess, because those are undead. It makes sense, but they did have to scale that back a little bit at least. Hand of Freedom cooldowning. They made Hand of Freedom take longer? What? Paladins, are you okay? Do you need someone to check on you? Divine Shield. Damage reduction increased from... Okay, wait a second. Was Blade blowing smoke here? Hold on. Damage reduction increased from 50 to 60%? Oh, hold on. I don't know what Divine Shield even does. I like how they note that one of the top performing classes in PvP, especially in Arena, burst damage, defensive cooldowns, and utility make them incredibly hard to counter when played well. We don't want to overcorrect and impact their PvE viability. A few adjustments were made to reduce. And then I see this, I'm like, you sure that? You sure that? Okay, well, all right. Oh, okay. I was thinking like their actual shield. I'm like, oh, not just flat mitigation's good. Okay, I know many traditional paladin healers weren't thrilled, but I know in recent times the melee paladin healer's been popping off and enjoying stuff, so I'm interested to see how that kind of works into some of this. Critically healing ally leaves Daybreak on them for 30 seconds. The next time an ally with Daybreak takes damage, they are healed. Oh, that's kind of cool. So it kind of leaves a little bit of healing on them. This healing has a 43% spell power scaling coefficient, cannot critically heal, and can be triggered by Holy Strike's healing. Okay. I think this is a very cool concept to explore. Conditional healing, I think that's cool, and it might be a spot where paladins can have something of their own. I like this. Like, conditional healing is a... I like it. I like it. Holy Shock. Restore damage dealing functionality with the following damage values. Okay, so they're bringing back the Shock-It-In? We're reversing that decision with a slightly weakened version of the spell's damage output to avoid healer burst. We'll be watching closely to ensure the reintroduction doesn't disrupt balance in PvE or PvP. It will, but I don't know to what end, but that's kind of a big deal, bringing back Shock-It-Ins. Well, yeah, but Riddle, it looks like you need to take Daybreak, and Daybreak. Hold on, let's go back to Paladin. Daybreak, and Daybreak's here. It's a capstone, so it is optional in that you have to pick the talent. They don't need to be a tree though. They have plenty of armor. Two-handed weapon spell power code. Okay, this is all gobbledygook to me. Crusader Strike, I know what that is. They reduced this. Okay, that's good, I guess. Seal of Righteousness, two-handed weapon spell power coefficient reduced from 12 to 12. Okay. These targeted reduction brings spell power-based retribution builds closer in line with their physical damage counterparts, especially Sealed Command. We want to maintain hybrid flexibility, but not at the cost of over-centralizing builds around spellcasting. All right. All right. They got the Frost Mage treatment. Sorry, they got the Marksman treatment. They're like, Prod's doing fine. Did they? Yeah. All right. There wasn't a lot here about Paladins. I guess it's good. Priest is next. I do not know too much about Priest. I know a little bit, but that's only because my wife, Murag, loves Priest and knows, like, everything about it. Rank 9 mana cost reduced. This is a big deal. They still struggle with mana. Yep. Mind Blast threat modifier reduced. The only people that won't like this will be the Shadow Priest that try tanking. And that's it. But yeah, Shadow Priest can sometimes have some threat problems. Well, Vampiric Embrace is back on the menu, PvPers. Look at that. It's an instant now. I mean, for a caster who's just standing, a 1.5 second cast time literally makes next to no difference unless you need to apply it while moving. But in PvP, this is a huge difference. Being able to apply Vampiric Embrace while moving, absolute night and day difference. Shadow Priests are probably in the streets right now hugging each other, talking about whatever shadowy things they do. Mandalore, by the way, does not seem pleased about the changes to Shadow Priest, I think. Debuff renamed from Shadow Vulnerability to Shadow Weaving to avoid confusion with the Warlock talent, the same name. Okay, fair enough. Shadow Mend. That really weird ability that they've had in the game for a while. They're reworking it. That's good. So it's a global cooldown. Mana. Yeah, the mana costs a lot less. Healing for a lot more. Well, I mean, is it for more? The spell power here is not gonna... It might be roughly the same, I guess. Shadow spell power now increases its healing alongside... increases its healing alongside healing power, increasing it up to 20% of your shadow spell power. Okay. You can no longer... Oh, you can't target yourself with it. Okay. Now damages you for 50% of the effective healing done. Meaning you're not damaged for overhealing. This damage cannot kill you. Well, did they... I thought it had a weird cooldown. I actually don't remember. It might actually be worth looking up, but... honestly, Shadow Men's just kind of been really weird. I don't know why anyone would use it. I'd be happy to see if this spaghetti sticks to the wall. Yep, see, largely unused spell due to its steep cost, long cooldown, and weak healing. Scale your shadow spell power in addition to healing power, having a much faster cast, lower mana cost and healing, but now damage you for half the healing does. They didn't change the cooldown, so I still don't know, but maybe. Okay, Holy Nova. Yep, they made it cheaper. This is going to help Smite Priest viability as far as AoE damage, because they really go oom when they start using this thing. Base damage reduced by 5% for all ranks. Okay. A little bit less spell scaling. And it reduces less threat. Okay. If I'm measuring this against, like, Arcane Explosion, I'm trying to, like, think. It does damage Shadow Priest if they use it. I remember that. And I think it still heals. Holy Power, Holy Nova, while a powerful area of effect damage and heal combined, is a very mana-hungry spell. Maybe that's because it does damage and heal, often causing the user to run out of mana before or after a few uses. For this reason, we've reduced the mana cost by a good margin. Very slightly reduced the damage and spell power scaling to compensate. In addition to this, we've added some threat reduction to compensate for the fact of healing and damaging at the same time. See, now this I actually understand, because damage gives threat, healing gives threat, gaining mana, gaining rage, gaining energy, those things all add to threat. And if you're doing a Holy Nova, you're healing and damaging, so your threat really gets out of hand. So I think this at least is a good change. Empower Champion. Replace 30 attack power and 20 spell power with 5% increased damage dealt. Whoa. Yo, that's... Ooh. Ooh. Okay, hold on. I gotta add something to the note here. Winner is you have to go to be finally champion. Spell suite. Okay. Wow, that's scaling is always crazy. And just to give you guys a quick rundown, I think it's the same in both, but so if we go over to Priest, this is Discipline. In Holy, they have Proclaimed Champion, and I wonder if the tooltip's actually updated for this. It is. Actually, so then I can actually show what the previous one did. Alright, so the previous one increased armor, all resistances, and it gives you you gain mana equal to 2% of the damage taken by your champion. So priests really like using it if they go Holy. But in the past, the champion suite of spells has had trouble like having like that thing. Do they have other? Yeah, I think it's somewhere else, but they technically it's very rarely used, but priests can do a battle res. It's like a 10-second cast or something silly, but they can do a battle res on their champion. I've seen Morag use it twice. It does exist. So anyway, this is a lot better. Reducing all damage taken by 5% and increasing all resistances by 0. Allows use of various champion spells on that target. In addition, you gain mana equal to 2% of the damage taken. So I don't know if this is completely matching here, but this does say increased damage dealt. Yeah, this has got to be they just do more damage. That's kind of a big deal. Proclaim Champion. So the fibers, and this is amazing too. 230 armor versus 5% damage, just damage reduction. And this also says replace 10 all resistances with all resistances equal to 50% of your level. So if you do this at 60, when you do Proclaim Champion, you're giving if you do Empower Champion with Proclaim Champion, they're getting 30 attack power. They're getting just a 5% more damage. They take 5% less damage, and they get 30 resistance to all schools of magic. That's pretty good. And they say it here. Champion Capstone has been underused. And they're just baiting it. They're like, come on, Holy Priest, let's see if you'll do it. I think the mana return isn't that great from it, Riddle. It's something, but it's not why priests generally do Empower Champion. It's because they can do other stuff, but yeah. Well, I mean, maybe they are, maybe they have. I don't know. The thing is I don't see this as being mandatory, but I would say for prog, you're going to want a Holy Priest with this to put it on your main tank. 5% damage reduction is ridiculously good, so. And that 5% increased damage is going to convert into more threat. So you could put it on a DPS, but it's not as likely because this part is so valuable. So I don't know. Maybe like speedrunning groups might just make use of this. Yeah. So yeah, I did put champion users, big winners. Shaman, class I know a lot about except for enhancement, still to this day. I know a little bit about enhancement, but there's some big changes in here. I did pre-read these. I'm very excited about some of them. The range of all totems that affect friendly targets by 10 yards, increasing the range for most totems from 20 to 30 yards, increasing it from 30 to 40 yards for Tremor Totem. This is a big deal. At least for Resto and Elemental, who aren't always in the mix, making sure your team, who are often melee, are getting your auras will require you to like be careful with your positioning. I'm thinking about like the Hagen fight, where you want your disease totem out, but sometimes like the melee isn't always in range because they're right at that kind of crease where the range stops. So this is good. I'm assuming I can take a look here too. We'll see if it actually still exists. I believe it's in Resto. The totem. Okay, so they just made the range on totems, so they took that out of Totemic Mastery. I'm sure we'll read about that in a second here. Okay, fire totems now inherit the shaman's spell critical and spell hit chances. This one change alone. Hacks or cover your ears. Any team members, you're not allowed to listen to this. It's going to be too strong for Elemental. They don't know. They don't know. It's too strong. Like, when I do patchwork, a Searing Totem, the little Searing Totem, is like 5% of my damage, and like half of those get resisted. If it's now getting my spell hit, which is like pretty close to cap, and my spell critical, whew, it's going to be a good day to be Elemental. Also, this is going to help Fire Novas. This is going to help even Searing Totems when you might want to put them down. That's amazing. I think even Enhancement Shamans are going to like this. It might be worth putting down. Gildark, because dual wielding's toxic. That's why. I don't know why. Most Enhancement Shamans that play vanilla like big honking two-handers. I don't know. Are you... Well, yes, Riddle. Because I've actually done the math. This is before this change, by the way. So if you're an Elemental, you have so much spell power that even without the spell hit, even without the full spell crit, my Searing Totem on a single boss will do more damage than 4 dual wielding melees will. Just straight up. It does do more damage. I did the math. Now, if there is more than one target, it changes. So just bear that in mind. Well, I mean, Gildark, I've been playing Elemental longer than I've been playing Vrograg. So of course I'm jazzed about the Shaman changes. New spell, Molten Blast. Burn the target with Molten Fire, dealing fire damage, refreshing the duration of your Flame Shock effect, and focusing your Searing Totem on that target. This has some legs. I don't quite know. I mean, this kind of stuff, I'm going to have to do like a ton of testing when it's live. As it stands, Earthshock will almost... I think Earthshock's still going to beat Fire Shock, it's going to, because you stack so much nature damage. However, if you have to move, and there's times when you can't damage a boss, this can make a big difference. Also, if you have a Fire Mage, that could also change the math here. So I don't know how tight the math is going to be on this, but there's a world where actually Elemental are going to be wanting to do Molten Blast and keeping up Flame Shock debuff, or the dot. We will have to see. It does say that this is... I don't see a cast time here. Do I? A 2-second cast time. 57.14 spell scaling. Yeah, I'm going to have to test it when it's live. Molten Blast is a new spell that allows you to retarget your Syrian Totem. Previously, this was done by Fire Shock. I don't know if they're removing that from Fire Shock. Refresh your Flame Shock effect without having to go into the Elemental Shock casting range. That's kind of a big deal, too. This spell also has the benefit of being usable on enemies that are highly resistant or immune to nature damage. For that reason, I could see it, but I'm going to be real with all of you guys. You know what Elemental Shaman do? We gather Spell Pen. So, like, great. But I'm going to be real with all the Turtle team. I have enough gear to get like 150 Spell Pen. And I didn't do it because I was waiting for a fire talent to come along. I was just like, it's just how it is. AQ's rough. You know what I'm saying? But, alright. I see where you guys are going with this. Allowing elemental shape relatively effective regardless of the type of enemy they face. I think keeping the fire dot on might be the bigger value here, but we'll see. Wind Fury Totem, restore the animation that happens when you gain an extra attack. Melee will like this, I think. Yeah, Riddle, that's true. Oh yeah, Spell Pen. So, Mohammed, the way it works is all bosses have 15 spell resistance you cannot mitigate. Period. Like, end of story. However, many bosses and mobs just have some latent resistance. So think, for instance, of many of the mobs in Molten Core. Some of them aren't just immune to fire, they're just resistant to fire. So beyond that 15 that I talked about that you can't mitigate, they just have spell resistance. Now, there's two ways to get around that in general. Number one is if you get a Warlock curse up, that's going to remove like 70 or I think it's 70 or 80. It's a lot. And increases damage by that element. But the big thing is it reduces that resistance. The other way is to stack spell penetration. And this is a stat that Vanilla Gear has. A Ring of Swarming Thought is a good example that I'm just thinking of off the top of my head. A lot of other gear. The KT staff has like 20, no, I think it's like 26 spell pen. You stack those things, and that helps you get around those resistances. In AQ 40, notoriously, like Oro, Cthulhu, like I think one of the other bosses just has tons of nature resist. Shadow Priests have to deal with this in Emerald Sanctum, and Emerald Sanctum also there's nature resist, so it's something that if you're one of those kind of off-brand casters that don't benefit from Warlocks, you just kind of get used to it, and you get Spell Pen for those bosses when you need it. Scrydy, I didn't check out Project Epoch. What I've been telling people is the same thing I've been saying for as long as the Epoch hype train's been, which is I'll check it out 4 to 6 months after it releases. So I guess the timer's on, but I'll probably be checking it out like 4 to 6 months from now. Yeah, I never understood how you do Curse of Elements and it doesn't reduce nature resistance, but yeah, no problem, Mohammed. I like teaching about this, the few things I do know. Okay, this is great for I don't know if enhancement tanks were struggling for threat. Maybe they were. This dev note says they were. Some of them opt to use a two-handed weapon instead of the conventional shield and one-handed weapon. For this reason, we're doing improvement to threat generation from Rockbiter and Spirit Armor. Okay. All right. Cool. Earthshaker Slam. I actually got to see the icon about on this. Dane from the R team showed me. It's really cool. You guys are going to like it. Grounding Totem now breaks after grounding a crowd control effect. And its cooldown is increased from 15 to 20. Oh, sorry. I was thinking Tremor. Now breaks after grounding a crowd control effect. And its cooldown is increased from 15 to 20 seconds. Shaman second. I don't like that. I don't like that. Hold on. I gotta add elemental big winners, and then over in losses, grounding totem enjoyers. So grounding totem has some peculiar ways it works. You can here's a good example. When I'm on my shaman and I'm fighting an enemy that's going to mana burn me, I could put down my grounding totem, and that's an offensive damaging spell. So that the mana burn gets directed onto the totem. Now the totem doesn't have any mana, so it does 0 damage. So the totem remains. Bet you didn't think about that. Now there's a cooldown on how long until that effect can happen again. Most of the time they just die from damage from a damaging spell. I don't know what the knock-on effect is going to be of all this. This mostly seems like a big move against shamans in PvP. However, they've done a lot to work against grounding totems' effectiveness in PvE as well. So it's been like a bad half year for grounding totem enjoyers. Kind of a bummer. It's one of the cooler totems we have. The grounding because it's top you. Yeah, exactly. Now, yeah, polymorph doesn't do damage. Chain heal. Healing power, scaling reduced. Big Resto fans might be a little bummed, but chain heal be very strong. We should also remember that, well, they probably even mentioned it here. The bouncing chain heal has been dominant in the Restoration Shaman healing gameplay, even more so for bigger group sizes. For this reason, we're pulling slightly back, scaling to give its other healing spells some more room to shine. Now, also keep in mind, now part of the Restoration tree, if you spec into it, you can get the speed of the old 2.5 casting reduction speed on chain heal. So you can have a 2-second chain heal. So really, since class changes, chain heal's been very dominant as a healing thing. Well, yes, Riddle, it is. I agree that is their job. It's just I think the reduced casting time has made it very dominant. Also, there is technically priests that have raid healing if you spread them. But yeah. They also, I mean, they said it's to let some of their other spells shine, which I can partially agree with, because the amount of times I'm going to use a heal other than chain heal when I'm healing on my shaman is like when there's only one guy damaged, or an emergency heal if someone's like very close to death. I do a lesser healing wave, but it's kind of hard to say no to a chain heal. So maybe that's what they're getting at. I don't know. All right, elemental, convection and concussion now affects all offensive. Ooh. instead of specific spells. This includes the new spell Earthquake. Okay, I think we can even see that. Let's go up here, go to Shaman. So this is the current talent tree. This is Convection, and this is Concussion. Now, Concussion does Lightning Bolt, Chain Lightning, and Shocks, and this does Shock, Lightning Bolt, and Chain Lightning, right? So what they're saying here is all offensive Fire, Frost, and Nature spells instead of specific ones. So this is going to allow, you know, anything new they throw into the mix, I guess. What else we got here? Reverberation now requires 3 points instead of 5. That's kind of a big deal for Enhancement, who usually dip to get Reverberation. Reverberation, for a reminder here, is... Wait, I thought... Where is it? Reverberation? Hello? Am I going crazy? Okay, maybe I am going crazy. This is, yeah, this is the current tree. I had the storm. Oh, there it is. Okay. This is good because it's a lot of points for very little shock cooldown efficiency. Don't get me wrong, shocks are very strong, but this will allow shamans to have a little bit more hybrid in their hybrid. So I like that. Improved Molten Blast. Yep, replacing Flame Shock with refreshing Flame Shock with Molten Blast. Yep. Okay. Alright. It sounds like I might need to put more points in Elemental than I want to, which I'm not a fan of, but I can take a look. This is the current... I'd say this is the 1.18, so I would do this, I would do this. I got 10. You got to go Call of Thunder. Ah, okay, that's where it sits. All right. You have to do Call of Flame after those changes to the Searing Totems. You want this so your Fire Totems do more damage. Increase the damage done by... Yeah, so you want this, and... Yep. Now, they're not connected, which is nice, but... I'm guessing we're gonna want Earthquake. You can forego Storm's Reach. So I think the choice is gonna be between... Do you go improve Molten Blast? You're gonna want this because you're gonna need this. So you either put it in Storm's Reach or Molten Blast, I guess? I think that's what they're going for. Also, Elemental Focus. I'm stupid. How many points am I in? 24. So the next point gets me this. And then that. Yeah, it looks like I'm going to be spending more points in Elemental than I normally do. Which is only a big deal because Elemental likes to get some of the mana stuff here. If you can. You normally... you can get either one of these. Doesn't really matter. But then you get... Tidal Mastery to increase the critical effect of your lightning spells, so you get this. And then, you know, here it's kind of dealer's choice, but usually try to reach for improved Water Shield to help your mana. So I don't know. I don't know how that's gonna work out. Lax Elva, I haven't got there yet. I will mention it later though. Loch Ness, I wouldn't know, because I've never done Warlock. I know Shamans have a lot of things going on. I think Pet's at a level of complexity that kind of overrides any of the other classes, because you're controlling two things, but Sorry, I've really dwelled on Elemental, but that's because I've played Elemental for so long. This might stack with a tier 3 bonus, which would make it even stronger. By the way, this talent was lacking in single target performance. Yeah, I know. Leaving it untouched for most people, and felt odd that it included all the direct damaging fire totems except for Searing Totem. Yep. Call of Flame now also increases Flame Shock range. Okay, so Flame Shock's range is going to be longer too. Electrify, renamed to Elemental Fury, now requires 2 points instead of 1, and does the following. Okay, so this is your crit bonus. Okay, so they've restored the old crit way. That's great. Elemental's winning on this one. Elemental Mastery, 7 to 5. Okay. To deal its overall damage over a longer period of time instead of one giant burst. This overall reduced burstiness, but should equal a net gain. This, I don't know, man. Like, Shamans do have staying power, but not like Paladin staying power, so I don't know. I don't know how that'll work out. This is the one I just cannot wait to get my hands on and try out. Break the earth below the target, dealing nature damage and dealing additional nature damage equal to 35% of the initial damage to targets within 10 yards, leaving a patch of broken earth that slows enemies inside it by 15%. After 4 seconds, the broken earth shakes with an aftershock, dealing damage equal to 30% of the initial damage to all enemies inside it. Shamans have another AoE they can do. That's a big deal. PvP, this has a slow. That's a big deal. This is nice. Little bit on the expensive side, but it's also very strong. And it's an AoE, so 2.5 second cast time, 60% spell power coefficient. I mean, AoE's AoE, so this is still going to be good. 20 second cooldown. Okay, so it's like near Fire Nova. All right. Now I can roleplay as Thrall. I've always wanted to, but I don't think Obamsawin's the right person for that. She's a Tauren. Enhancement. They hit stuff. Threat transfer increased from... Okay. Oh, cool. That'll help my solo strat farm. Threat reduction is now disabled while you have Rockbiter weapon active. Oh, okay. We're giving Calming Winds the same effect we've given to Vengeance, disabling the threat reduction when using a threat increasing effect. Oh, okay. That's kind of a... That's a more elegant solution. I think that might be nice. They're giving more threat here too while you're wearing a shield. Interesting. Do you think the devs know how big of a jump 15 to 25 is for Grace of Air? That's... Hold on, let me check something. I can't believe that. Turtle. Wow. Grace of Air. Alright, I think it's this one. Yep. Alright. Okay, let's just look at something real quick here. Oh, it doesn't actually tell me how much... That's annoying. Okay. Increases the agility of party members by 77. So, I'm going to bring out a calc. Alright. So with enhancing totems, 77 times 1.15 is 88. That's pretty good. Rather than 88, though, it's going to be 77 times 1.25. That's 96. That's kind of a big deal. Maybe rogue tanking is back on the menu. I mean, that's a decent jump. That's 8 more agility, I think. Yeah, 88 to... Yeah. So, yeah, that's cool. It's going to make non-enhancement shamans, when they drop their totems, even more sad, because, like, sometimes I'll be in a group and I'll be like, hey, just a reminder, I'm elemental, so I have Wind Fury. But, like, my totems aren't as good. And they're like, it's fine. It's going to be less fine. No, Riddle, actually, just last night, I was doing AQ40 with BWG, and I was in a group with, I was a healer, I was with 2 ranged hunters and a priest. It was just kind of like an odd pairing. I actually dropped Grace of Air, and they were happy. No, we're doing alphabetically, so they're coming up soon. Yes. Storm Strike nature damage bonus increased by 5%. That's cool. Renamed to Element's Grace, and now also increases the critical strike chance of your instant cast spells. Oh, okay. I think this is a good note, that Enhancement's tree doesn't do a lot to help their shocks, which is like a big part of their toolkit. I would argue that kind of is also elementals, but we're changing that by including shocks in the original weapon mastery talent. So that's going to change things, I think. Restoration. Cast time reduction. Alright, so they're doing stuff to encourage more single target healing here. That's kind of a big deal. Healing Wave and Lesser Healing Wave quite struggle compared to Chain Heal in terms of throughput, so we're giving them some love alongside the Chain Heal scaling nerf to incentivize their usage. With a cast time reduction buff on improved Healing Wave and the inclusion of Lesser Healing Wave in Healing Wave, both allowing it to benefit from the effect and the shorter cast time of Lesser Healing Wave, making it faster to gain stacks of Healing Wave. Alright, that's cool. Oh no, Riddle. Cat butt bit your foot? This is gonna kind of be pretty impactful. Totemic Mastery will increase the duration of your totems that affect friendly targets by 20% and the amount of mana refunded by Totemic Recall by an additional 15. That's gonna help all specs a lot. If you can get that talent, which I think shouldn't be too deep, right? That's here. I don't think Enhancement can always get there. Elemental can. Yeah. Oh, that's kind of a big deal, though. Tidal Surge. After healing a target affected by your Healing Way effect, you have a 15-30% chance to regain mana equal to 50% of the base mana spell cost. Okay. Alright, they're simplifying that. That makes sense. This one, wow. Spirit Link's been a wild ride, because it used to be a Tauren-only racial. It was too strong. And then they put it as a restoration capstone, and it's dog water. Let's see what they're doing now. It's now instant cast. It's never been instant cast. It's been cast while running, which that was cute. That was the original implementation. Casting and linking range increased from 15 to 35 yards. That's huge, because, like, it's so weird as a restoration shaman. If you ever take this, like, you want to get into the range to help a tank, but like, do I want to stop healing to put this buff on? And then it takes time to cast. So a lot of logistical issues with this one, but now it's instant and 35 yards. Duration reduced from 30 to 20 seconds and cooldown increased from 6 to 10 minutes. I don't know, though. Too restrictive to create these situations and see much play, so we relax and switch restrictions while modifying. Maybe modify the effect? The effect isn't great, if I'm being perfectly honest. I'll show you guys what it does here. Spirit Link. This is it right here. While the target takes damage, 30% is distributed among nearby allies. Now, that does mean 30% mitigation, but it's still damage that needs to be healed. So it's not like a get out of jail free card. You're using it in kind of a very emergent situation. 30% still good, but I don't know about this. Oh yeah, Riddle. I'd be down. So hopefully this gets to see some use. I don't quite know. Oh, that was Shaman. We haven't looked at the winners and losers in a minute. I don't know. I'd say oh, sorry, over here. Shaman tank threat is a big winner. Definitely loser was chain heal. Non-chain heal healing spells were winners. And yeah, I think that's where I'd leave it for that. I don't know, Savo. I don't know. The last we heard was soon, TM. On the talent tree, they buffed Wind Fury miss bonus. Now increase movement speed instead of attack speed? Did they, hold on, did they mention that? There's a chance I could have just ignored it. No, they didn't mention it here. I'll see if I can spot what you're talking about, though. Yeah, I'm looking at the talent tree. I'm trying to figure out where that was. Oh, it's probably in elemental weapons. Gaining extra attacks increases your movement speed for 5 seconds. This stacks with other movement speed increasing effects. Yeah, I figured. I mean, generally, you take this because you want to get Bloodlust. As a tank, it's nice because it increases your threat. Flame Tongue, I don't think's really changed much. Wind Fury, I don't know. I thought you were saying like the base Wind Fury was getting like a move speed effect. I'm like, that doesn't. Your personal weapon imbue does, yes. Yeah. I mean, you still have to get the Wind Fury off, but it is nice. All right, we are on to Rogue. New passive, Quick-Footed, learned at level 30. So this isn't even in the talent. Your movement speed is increased by 7%. This stacks with other movement speed increasing effects. Okay. for their nimbleness, but this wasn't seen outside of sprint, making them struggle keeping up with other classes at times. Does this mean rogues can always close the gap? This is fine. I mean, like, I feel like it should be a talent. I'm thinking of like the feral one. I don't know. Then again, hunters also get this. They just put on aspect the cheetah. Theirs is stronger, but there's a drawback. So I guess I can see this. This is good though. Rogues will be faster than a paladin. Finally, we can track them down. Blade Flurry. This is a pretty massive change. I could spend hours talking about this because we don't have enough information, but this is a huge change for rogues. Blade Flurry, which is the thing that traditionally rogues pop so they can hit more than one thing at once. It's been changed slightly, so there's like two parts of it. There's the cleave part and the haste part. This says, now it's just baseline at level 30. It no longer has a duration. Cooldown reduced from 2 minutes to 4 seconds and instead works as a toggled effect. Blade Flurry reduces energy generation by 30% and reduces damage dealt by 20 while active. How long have we? I mean, I've been in the choir. I've been saying, and it should be good if I could hit more than one thing. You know, more frequently than once every 2 minutes. But okay. now it's just on or it's off. This will be a game changer for real for rogues. To keep up with the times, to warrant having a spot in raid, this is going to be a big deal. They don't bring any utility currently. We'll get into some of that later. The less energy regeneration, yeah, that stinks, but if you're combat at least, most of your damage comes from white weapon hits, so you just need slice and dice up. Okay, you're done. Haxter says, I'd like to hear your opinion on if combat rogue gameplay is generally pretty slow and Blade Flurry fixed it for a bit. The haste was a big deal. The haste part of Blade Flurry, it was as much of a big deal as it was the hitting multiple targets. I could see why they were split effects for class council, for class changes too. This version of Blade Flurry is going to kind of be a paradigm shift. And if I'm being strictly honest with you, once you've rogue combat rotation is very easy. It's like a Sinister Strike twice at the beginning of combat. Put up Slice and Dice. Sinister Strike until you get 5 combo points. Slice and Dice. Now, Sinister Strike until you have about 18 seconds left, give or take. I mean, now with Cheap Shot, you have a little bit more... Not Cheap Shot, Surprise Attack, you have a little bit more leeway. About 18 to 16, I'd say now. Before you have to switch over to building up another 5 point for Slice and Dice. But whatever combo points you have at that point, you dump into an Eviscerate. And then you go back to building up another 5 point Slice and Dice. So your job is to keep pressing the Sinister Strike button and then be mindful of your finishers. There's a little bit of a mini game with like weapon swing timers. Really good rogues, I'm not one of them, will pay attention to that and take advantage. Blade Flurry, I mean, there's nothing quite like popping Blade Flurry and Adrenaline Rush. It's pretty fun. So I don't know. If this somehow deepens combat, I'm down for it. I think I'd actually have to give it a whirl. Yeah, no, I'm getting there. Don't worry, guys. I'm getting there. Expose armor First 3 ranks can now be learned earlier level. This is just nice for leveling and teaching rogues how to do it. That's good. Dissolvent Poison. Coats a weapon with a poison that lasts 30 minutes. Each strike has a 20% chance of poisoning an enemy, which instantly inflicts physical damage. This damage ignores armor. I don't know where this is supposed to sit. I guess there are... I mean, what did they say here? Physical counterpart of the instant poison. The same was corrosive poison as a physical counterpart of deadly poison. Dissolvent poison allows rogues to perform well against poison-resistant and immune targets, even when they don't have the chance to stack. Okay, so it's just instant poison, but for poison immune. Got it. All right. Blind debuff is now considered a physical effect instead of a poison. This is a big deal for PvP because the trinkets just kind of get you out of anything now, and also blind being a poison mean a lot of things can just remove it. Rogues really depend on blind in PvP. Even I know that, so this is probably a good move. All right, assassination. Remorseless attack includes hemorrhage. There's more stuff coming to a hemorrhage, so just keep that in mind. Noxious assault and surprise attack. It should have always been on surprise attack, but lethality now includes. Yep. Okay. Good. Lethality now includes surprise attack and noxious assault. Okay. More inclusion. Corrosive poison attack power scaling reduced by 5%. We're slightly reducing the scaling corrosive poison as the current damage difference between it and deadly poison are too marginal, causing the latter to be overlooked in many cases. We hope this encourages rogues to use poisons appropriate to the situation instead of always using a physical solution, as the original poison variant now pulls ahead by a noticeable amount. That's, yeah, I mean, the setup that rogues have been doing is deadly poison, corrosive poison. They're 2 different debuffs. They both do different damage. I think it was too strong out of the box, but throwing weapon specialization, it still exists. Relentless strikes. Also increases the Shadow of Death's damage dealt by 5% for each stack. Okay, there must... Oh yeah, I think there's a new finisher. Taste for Blood. 5 to 4. This is a big deal. This means you might be able to do some hemos. Make it... Oh, we'll have to check that out. Now increases your physical damage per combo point instead of increasing melee damage. Arouse the combo point. Increase Rupture's duration. The duration increase also affects Taste for Blood duration. Yeah. I mean, just getting Rupture to do something is nice. There might be a bleed rogue version out there. This might work. Envenom, move from 7 to 5. That's... Ooh. Hello. Remove the 8-second cooldown and reduce energy gain from 5 to 2. Okay. That's really good, actually. New Capstone Noxious Assault. Strike with both weapons. Dealing damage equal to 35% of your attack power, and applying poisons from both your weapons. Gives 1 combo point. So this is a combo point builder? Yes. Interesting. Is there a cool... No cooldown. 45 energy cost? Yeah, I think... Sinister Strike's like 40, so, interesting. Yeah, slightly higher to compensate for the Vigor generating energy with its poison applications. Okay. So also, do remember, Vigor can give you energy when you get poison ticks. So, boy, Assassination could be very strong. Swift Strikes removed. That was the talent at the top that just gave you a little bit of melee haste. Oh, improved exposed armor is now in row 1 of combat. I actually really want to see this talent tree all of a sudden. I really want to see that. I've been waiting my whole life to see that. Oh yeah, there it is. I mean, leveling? I guess you take lightning reflexes or improve gouge? Yeah. It's kind of weird. All right, we talked about Blade Flurry. This is interesting, by the way. So they moved it to the top of combat. So that means a subtlety or an assassination specialty rogue can still get improved exposed armor. I guess assassination could anyway before, but I wonder what that's gonna mean. It's interesting. Blade Rush moved from row 5 to row 6 and rework the following. Increases your melee attack speed by 2 to 5% and reduces the time between your energy regeneration ticks. Oh, now this... They didn't give us the math. Hold on. Increases your melee attack speed. Okay, I understand that. By 5%. And reduces the time between your energy regeneration ticks by an amount equal to your agility. Oh, that could be too good. That could be a little too good, boys. Where is it? Okay. They do not give me more context. More effective than Blade Rush rank 1? What? Oh, okay. Huh. Also, is this an ability you use still? Or is this just like a flat? Oh boy, there's a lot of math there that I am not smart enough to figure out, but this... If this is slightly generous, all right, Weird Thing is saying it's a passive, and Weird Thing, I don't know where you're getting this number, but I'm just gonna choose to believe you right now. Its 1 agility is 0.0012 less tick rate. Okay, so how much mana do you figure how much agility you figure a Naxgear Rogue has? I'm saying like they're like usually like 600-ish. Oh, I see, Haxer. Yeah, yeah, exactly. So yeah. So let's just say I'm doing the math on the calculator here. So 600 times 0.0012. Okay, so for like a rogue like Vrograg, my energy ticks take 2 seconds, I believe. I will lose 0.72 seconds. Ooh. The team might have went a little too hard on this one. Here's the thing with rogues, okay? You give them like a little energy, you're usually okay. You give them a lot of energy and you have problems. That's why the 0.5 4-piece tier set bonus is too strong, and you use it until like AQ 40 and Nax. So like, just bear in mind, whew, that's a lot of energy. It's about 400 more energy per minute. Yeah, that's where I come from, Weird Thing, that means 10 more Sinister Strikes per minute. That's like 3 adrenaline. Yeah, I know it is. Oh my god. Hold on, wait. Do you think it stacks with Adrenaline Rush? It's got to, right? Oh my... Oh no, Turtle Team. Guys, guess what? They fixed Rogue. They did it. Brown boys are gonna be in the gutter. See ya. See ya, brown boys. It's over. It's all over. Yeah, GCD locked adrenaline. Yeah, pretty much. Wait, is it locked to... I thought it ticked independently. I mean, maybe you might be right. I thought it could go lower because it wasn't a... Maybe it is a spell effect. I don't know. Whoo! You know what? Turtle Team, you outdid yourself. You gave us the codes to the nuclear bombs. Yeah, Haxer, that's true. Actually, that is a good way of thinking of it. So here's something to consider though, Haxer. So from an itemization point of view, and I know this because I did rogue tanking, your biggest agility pieces are like kind of a mix of 2.5 and tier 3. So, there's like a world where, and it's a weird world for rogues because you're very used to just kind of going for set bonuses, where you're like, I'm not going to use that tier 3 piece. I know it has attack power, but this one has like tons of agility, and I'm kind of agility maxing right now. So, yeah, I know, weird thing. I know they do. Also, did you see what they did to the Shaman's enhancement totems? Maybe rogue tanking is back on the menus. They didn't do the math. They didn't. I mean, maybe they did. We'll see. 97 agility from a fully improved agility totem, though. I mean, that's like milliseconds off of my energy regen, so let's do it. All right. Enough goofing around. I'm sorry. I'm very excited. I think this is a good solution. I'm concerned it's going to be a little too strong. You guys could probably fiddle with the numbers a little bit. We'll see. Again, I'm going to have to really test this out. I think this, in addition to the Blade Flurry change, is going to kind of really be, like, rogues kind of... there's a good chance they're going to be top dog. Like an engineering rogue? Yeah. I mean, I have half the gear. Although they did change some gear pieces that made it harder, but yeah. Subtlety. Improved Ghostly Strike. They gave it a move speed bonus, which is actually not bad. Makes it a little bit more usable in Battlegrounds, I could think. Reduce the energy cost of your Ghostly Strike by 3, 6, 10? What is it at base? I tend to avoid it, actually. I think it... is it didn't get all the damage buff it used to. Oh, let me see if I can find that. Say how much it costs? No, they don't. No, they don't. Does anyone know? So they're putting it down to 30 energy. Yeah, exactly. So originally, Ghostly Strikes had like a better damage scaling coefficient. If you had energy and you could use it, you should. But nowadays it doesn't have the damage. But now it has this move speed effect. So it does build combo points. So do keep that in mind for what it's worth. Oh, I like this one. I read about. I want to see what they said. Yeah, okay, pretty much what I thought. Improved sap. Renaming it Blackjack, and they're pretty irritating agent. Now, I'm like one of like 10 people that really tried to do stuff with Subtlety Rogue. It wasn't great, I'm gonna be honest. Irritating agent is kind of cool. I'm glad they're smushing them together. And I see, in the Subtlety Rogue support arsenal due to Blind's steep cooldown. Yep. Smoke Bomb. Better icon. I saw those icons, by the way. They're pretty cool. This is pretty massive because if I'm correct, yes. So if you notice in the patch notes here, they said 45 to 40, right? And with Bloody Mess, it's going to go down to 35, which is like its old vanilla, fully spec'd in value, I believe. So this means it's going to be, I believe, well, Ghostly Strikes, I guess, counts. It will be your second cheapest combo point builder, which is interesting. I don't quite know what that means, but Hemorrhage has been a lot better since, so I'm down. Hemorrhage energy cost reduction reduced. So we're reducing its base cost alongside Bloody Mess energy cost reduction to equalize it with other alternatives. Yep. Cloaked in Shadows. This will be an interesting talent. I believe it's right here. Whenever you vanish, you and nearby party members within 20 yards are cloaked in shadows, gaining a barrier that absorbs up to 6 to 12% of your maximum health. An interesting PvP notion, certainly. I don't think this is going to get a lot of play in PvE, so I don't know what to think about this, but it's interesting. I don't know how much of an impact it's going to have, though. Distracts energy costs. That's interesting. And reduces duration from 5 to 6 seconds. This actually was something I bumped into. I would, in the old tree, I'll show you guys, when I was playing Rogue and I was messing around with doing Subtlety Rogue stuff. So, Blinding Haze has a really strong effect. You lower the target you hit with Distract's chance to hit for up to 6% for 5 seconds. So, like, if you're doing PvE stuff and, like, maybe you're progging, this could be useful. The thing is that Distract has a very expensive energy cost. So, I'm glad they at least made note of that. So maybe it could be utilized? Yeah, John, you are very behind on the video. If you're just touching Arcane Mage... Hi, by the way. Okay, so let's see. Preparation. Now this... Rogues, listen, I'm not even a PvPer, but we're back. We're back. We're so back. 3 minutes off a 10-minute? Let's go. Wow. I mean, you could remove 30 seconds off of it and Rogues would be excited. 3 minutes? All right. Dust of Disappearance. You were ahead of your time, and I'm sorry that I didn't make it work, but I liked Dust of Disappearance. Let me see if I can pull that up. So, oh wait, you know, I could pull it up on the old class. So Dust of Disappearance right here. So you hit an ally with it. It reduces their threat and decreases the chance of being detected by enemies for 5 seconds. That's like whatever. When the effect ends or is canceled, the next damaging spell or ability deals 15% increased damage. That's scaling. So if you could work it out with someone in raid, be like, hey, have a macro that removes this buff right before you do an execute. A pyroblast, a big honkin' shadow bolt, whatever it is, right? The thing is that it was very involved, and I think that's what they pretty much say here. No, they say nothing. They took it out behind the barn and shot it. Man, I kind of like that one. Yes, I am the news orc. Hello, JFTV Feels. It's a baby's tricks of the trade. Kinda. Yeah. New keystone, Shadow of Death. A finishing move that etches a sigil onto the target for 6 seconds. So I'm guessing this replaces... So we had Mark for Death, now we have... Nope, it's just a new one. I think the Turtle team just calls whatever they want capstones, because this isn't a capstone. This isn't the end of a trail of anything, is it? Like, look, they call it a capstone, see? Oh, no, sorry. Keystone. My bad. The sigil accumulates damage equal to percentage of all damage taken by the target in its duration, up to an amount equal to a percentage of your attack power, both increased for every combo point. When the maximum capacity is reached or the sigil expires, the stored energy is dealt to the target as physical damage. I'm not smart enough to know how this works. I still miss Dust of Disappearance. To rake in the benefits of your damage boosting support by accumulating a percentage of its Shadow of Death debuff effect. Okay, I can see where they're going. This is awesome. So, it would annoy me because Honor Among Thieves, you're relying on your allies' crit to give you more energy so you can keep up crit buffs, but you wouldn't get your own crits. So I'm glad they did this. And cooldown reduced from 2 to 1.5 seconds. Am I thinking of the right thing then? Hold on. Oh, sorry. Yep, no, this is, well, still, it's the thing that grants you energy, which you needed to keep up the debuff. Mark for Death. Okay. They changed this. They made it a lot stronger. %135% weapon damage, and informs them of increasing attack power by 30% and spell power by 18% of your melee attack power for 8 seconds. So this is nice because that will scale with the rogue, so I think that's a nice touch. Mark for Death cannot be blocked, dodged, or parried. Awards 2 combo points. Woo, 2 combo points. Let's go. I think it did before anyway, but they didn't change the cooldown, did they? No. Its duration, actually, sorry. Subtlety's gonna have some stuff. I think they might have it. They might be able to do some better buffing now. Something to keep in mind, too, with Subtlety Rogues is this, Tricks of the Trade. This is like the buff you want to keep up all the time. And you'll see that it says 12 seconds as how long it lasts. Now, that's really tough to deal with because 12 seconds is pretty tight timing to get another 5-point up. 5-point finisher anyway. However, I will say every melee likes having 2% crit. So it's worth it if you can do it. They didn't change this at all, did they? I don't think they did. Yeah, no, they didn't. Also, it stacks twice, so you can get up to 4% crit. This thing is going to crit for like 10k in raid, the Shadow of Death. Yeah, I know it will. And that's going to be massive. I cannot wait. Alright, we're on to Warlock. I don't play Warlock. I don't know. I think I saw Lizzie Babs. But they're also getting the take position. Looks like they made... Oh, they made the... Hold on. Oh, so they made the duration... however long it's up takes away mana. Okay, that makes sense. Lizzie Babs. Hello. You're my Warlock expert. I don't know what I'm looking at. Not usable well in combat. That's actually pretty useful. I like Doom Guards. They look cool. I hope this helps. I think so. I think so too. Oh, hello. Spellstone. It's an active item that, when used, removes all magic effects from the casters and grants them a shield that absorbs magic equal to the caster level times 12 for 30 seconds. I didn't even know how the original Spellstone works. So this is cool, I guess. Oh, that's nice. You know, it is annoying having to wait 2 seconds for the first tick. Yeah, I think it'll be a consistent DPS upgrade. Although I still think Hellfire is going to beat it out, but it's nice. Soulfire spell power coefficient reduced. Huh. Oh, okay. This is about PvP burst. Okay, I get it. Let's see. Affliction. Okay. That looks like just like clarity stuff. This music will prevent pushback. Okay. Oh, increase. Oh, Sinister Pursuit. Increase the movement speed of your demons. Ah. Movement speed reduction. Oh, no. First they came for the rogues. No, sorry. First they came for the mage blizzard slow. And then they came for the rogue poison slow. And now it's your turn, Warlock. Nobody's slow anymore. In fact, only rogues are fast, evidently. Rogues, hunters, and sometimes paladins. Swifzer, it's all right. Well, I'm almost on the class stuff. There's still a little bit more to get into. I think this is fair. It is a very strong ability. And also, you can't get the fully slow effect of a rogue, I think, unless you get the poison thing in Assassination. I might have that wrong. Again, I barely do PvP, but... also, even, you know, if you're a Frost Mage, improved Blizzard's even pretty deep, right? So... Right, so over in Frost... See, you need at least 10 to get this. I don't know where that is for Warlocks. Row 5. That actually is pretty deep though. you only Affliction Locks get this. Brady Boy, what I would say about Turtle WoW is, it's definitely way more of a mellow vibe. It's much more community focused, much more community oriented, and it has a very long-standing pedigree. So, if you just like vibing out and playing and making some friends, I think it's the way to go. If you're a super sweaty Parse Lord, you can do that here, but might not always be the best for you, I would say. Also, if you like RP, Northernar is good, and Telebim, the PvP server for Turtle WoW, is a nice, relaxed community, even though it's a PvP community. They're a lot smaller, but they're a lot cozier, if you know what I mean. So, how would it compare? It's better in every respect because the people that are in charge of it actually care, though. You won't find swarms of bots and people giving RMT ads to you, so that's better. You can take a look at auction house prices. They're actually reasonable. So that should tell you all you need to know. Oh yeah, Brady. Oh yeah, this is definitely the vibe. Also, they have a lot of content, like new content for questing, so you definitely like Turtle WoW. All right, where are we? Demonology. That's the one with the demons. Damage increase while you have no pet. Huh? Has this always been a thing? Wait, you get damage boost if you don't have a pet? Okay. That seems weird, no? Okay, benefits gained from sacrificing demons change. So the imp gives you spell damage rather than fire. Voidwalker's unchanged. Succubus reduces threat? Okay. And Fell Hunter, 3% mana regeneration. Okay. Power Overwhelming now removes all crowd control effects from your demon on activation. So, guys, I found it. Bestial Wrath just went here. Here it is. I found it. It's here, right in the Warlocks. They got it. I should have known. No. Sorry, I just, useless succubus now. Also, I think I just saw, George Ferguson did, like, a super chat without any super chat attached to it. But thank you. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you. All right, hold up, but it does cost 40% base health instead of maximum health? Huh? Okay. Oh, I see. So, I mean, okay, I see what they're going for. So you get Bestial Wrath, but you do take a big chunk to your health. I bet you there's some Beast Mastery hunters that would take that gamble. Demonic Precision. Percentage of spell critical and hit chance transferred reduced. But now grant your demon. Oh, your demons get spell hit. Hey, you know who else got spell hit? My totems. You're just like a shaman. You don't know it yet. That's pretty cool. Remove secondary effects added to demons previously and remove greater demons specific bonuses. Instead, all greater demons now gain the same benefit and drawback. The new effects are the following. Okay, so Imp makes your spells cheaper. Voidwalker reduces damage. Succubus increases all your damage. Fell Hunter increases your resistances. That's why, what is it? Twin Emperor tanks always have their Fell Hunter out. And then Greater Demons increase spell critical chance. Ooh. And reduced healing taken. Interesting. Also, Doomguard gets to do this too. You're just the Shaman of the Shadows. It's okay. It's okay, Antonio. You're fine. Listen, I can't tell you how overjoyed I am that my Searing Totems are going to finally be able to hit. Maybe Warlocks know what this is like before class changes too. I don't even know if this is how it works, but, I bet your Imp's Fireballs, always got resisted. That's how it was for Searing Totem. The list would be resist, resist, partial resist, resist, hit, resist, 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 crit, resist. I'm like, just use my spell hit, please. I'll take part of my gear off. I will put a Nelf tier on you before combat starts. Will that help? The Shaman with no heal. Oh, you guys can heal. You got health stones. Yeah, I have no idea what either one of the streaming services do. Destruction, ISB, rename Shadow Vulnerability, cool, and can be applied via Drain Soul by its damage checks with the same chance as Shadow Bolt. Is this a big deal? It's probably a big deal. I don't know. They didn't put a dev note. Hold on, wait.
Night off work, and now I get to watch this awesome stream.
Hey, thanks, Ed Netty. I appreciate that. Six with the prime. Appreciate you, man. Thank you. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I'm almost done classes. I think the rest isn't that bad though. Yeah, this definitely could use it because, like, you know, there are stupid people like me, Haxer, who read this and go like, I don't know, I guess this isn't important. But you know what? Warlocks are important. Lizzie Babs taught me that. Radius of Hellfire. Oh, wait, your reach didn't help your Hellfire? Mages have had like, I think Frost Channeling has always extended our Blizzard range. That's wild. It is interesting that Blizzard didn't get the tick update, but Hellfire did. No, not Hellfire. Rain of Fire did. Come on. Like, mages don't use Blizzard anyway, but like you might as well at least make it tick every 1 second. Because they're inferior, Haxer. That's why. Until I have to fight them, then they kill me. But thank you, Buddy Ferguson, for the follow. You're bouncing all over the place, man. Thank you. Yeah. You know what? You know what it is? It's because Warlocks are still upset that our ZG enchant as mages gives us spell hit. Thank you. Also, yeah, Buddy Ferguson also for the prime. Let's go. Thank you. I think that's what they're still upset about it, is my guess. It isn't supposed to affect range. Changed that a while back too. Destruction gains 3% damage and loses some burst on Soulfire. Lizzie Babs, like, that would have been so much easier to say than what I said. Thanks, buddy. I appreciate it. Oh, they are not balanced at all. Cause like, if I'm being perfectly honest, right? Mages get 6 hit. Like, look at this. Here we go. Let's go to Mage. Let's go to Frost. If you're Fire or Frost, 1, 2, 3. I got 6 hit. Do you think Warlocks have that? Nope. And guess who's the most hit starved? And their ZG enchant doesn't do anything to help them with it. Until recently, their tier gear didn't help them either. So, I mean, it was tough. It was tough in the streets for the Warlocks. They're in a better position now. That being said, Blizzard should... Listen, if Rain of Fire is going to tick once every second, Blizzard should tick once every second. You've already nerfed the slow to bejesus and back. What does it matter now? The demon AP scaling will be added there as well. Oh, good to know. Thank you. Arcane is even more gross. Arcane's a lot. That's all I'm going to say. Arcane's just a lot. I've tried playing it and I'm like, this is a bit much. Fire's faster than Frost? That's not true. Because Frost is so cold, it freezes the space between things. So it looks slower, but it actually travels quicker. Checkmate. I don't know what to tell you. Fire gets all this wind resistance. Blizzard, right? It comes out in shards. They're aerodynamic. So actually, maybe it is quicker. Never thought about that. Warrior, who cares? Oh, this... Actually, hold on. This might be pretty impactful. Can someone who plays Warrior tells me what this means? Hold on, wait. This developer might help. Our goal is to further distinguish Fury and Arms execute phases. However, the change fell flat in practice and forced most Arm players to spec into the Fury tree simply to avoid the restriction. We're reverting this entirely, restoring the high-tempo feel of Warrior finishers while reshaping the Arm-specific execute flow through talents instead. Oh, okay. Counterattack was removed? That means when I do rogue tanking against them, they can't get me. Okay, this is pretty cool. I like how each weapon type does something a little different, though. This is massive for warriors. Do you know how much they want to shut casters up? You know, they're in battle stance, so they charge a mage, and then they do a master strike and silence them. Guess what? Now you're not blinking. You're not even frost novaing. Now what? Terrifying. So, congrats, warriors. I'm sure you guys don't know what winning's like, but never mind. Well, Haxer, I'm talking about, like, have you seen the matchup between a frost mage and a warrior? It's rough. This dagger, though. See, if you stun, a mage can blink out of a stun. Did you know that? I know that because I've played a mage. That's how you get away from the warrior. And then you just frost over them and drive them insane. If they silence you, though, that's terrifying. Yep. Silence is king. That's why, I mean, like, I saw this and I'm going, uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yep, you can blink almost everything. There's like, you can't blink fear. And charm. And yes, Sagabal, matchup is a strong word. It is technically a matchup, but it's more like a mage laughing at the warrior. This alone is a game changer, though. This makes it so that they can really mess up rogues if they get the chance. Wow, all of these can help them with their troubled matchups in PvP, actually. Oh, well, you know, you can't blink out of Disorient, I think. Maybe Gouge? I know you can blink through stuns and roots, though. Increased damage for all ranks. Alright, Slam. We're given a baseline damage bump to key rotational abilities, particularly help in PvP where burst windows are short and reactive play is critical. These boosts also compensate for the changes in precision cut, ensuring arms has a satisfying damage curve in both PvE and PvP. Increases the base damage done by execute. Alright. I'm just kind of cruising. I don't know about warriors. I'm still terrified of that master strike thing, though. Reckless execute. Reduces execute's rage cost by 2 to 5, like before. All right. Now adds additionally reduced charges cooldown by 2 to 4 seconds. Hold on, wait a minute. I thought battle... Alright, hold on. I know very little about warrior. But I was, like, pretty sure you couldn't charge in Berserker stance, right? So why does Fury have something that you have to do in battle stance? Correct me if I'm wrong, by the way. I could completely be wrong about this, but I just don't know why this is even in Fury Tree. No wonder it's rarely picked. Low quality gameplay, I'm assuming, is reacting to me. Hopefully. I have no idea how delayed it is still. Oh, okay. Movement speed increased from 5 to 10. All right. Oh, cool. They get like a little vampirism effect. I was saying warriors are... they're a little fragile, am I right, guys? Thank goodness they have something to help with their health. Ugh. It's about time, right? That's the one thing I hear about warriors is they collapse. They're about as weak as mages, right? Do they need this? Ah. I mean, maybe the DPS warriors do. They're like wearing leather and stuff, but still. And you know, okay, maybe it could help in PvP, but just wear plate. I don't know. That's what I'm saying, Rex. I know it's huge. I don't think warriors need this specific thing. They got plenty. Do you need vampirism? And it's your maximum health too, by the way. It's not like a little 2% of the, you know. It is a sizable buff. Yeah. Oh, yes, Steven, not only can you blink behind the counter in Stormwind, you can get stuck back there. I have done it multiple times. Be careful. Berserker Rage will now generate 5 to 10 rage and 50 to 100% to free of all movement and parrying effects upon activation. Yeah. That Frost Mage matchup just got a little tougher. 30-second cooldown, dang. All right, that's pretty good. Yeah, exactly, Blood. That's what I'm saying. Like, you know what? Now I figured out why they were able to nerf chain heal, because warriors just do this now. You don't need the chain heal anymore. Clearly. Man, how many times have they gone back and forth with concussive blow? No longer cost rage and instead. This capstone, like, no one has ever liked it. I don't know, like, I admire Turtle for like, now it's like, okay, guys, it gives you rage and it makes you like cool, and you get like cool shades when you use it. So like, maybe give it a try. Felt awkward to use as an opener due to its rage cost. By making it generate rage instead, we're improving its utility, especially in the early moments of a pull when rage is scarce. Yeah, I could see a world. Okay. Believe it or not, that long segment was just the classes. Puts us back here. Yeah, exactly, Drew. Well, again, that's the forums. And then we go right to itemization. However, I do want to touch on one thing. This image is huge. Because I had some charts I wanted to show off first. Where is it? Come on. Okay, I'll do itemization because the thing I wanted to show off is there. Itemization is here. Okay. So they're having new rep awards. That's cool. What does this mean? We've added new items to the following sources and locations. Secret methods. Huh? What? What does that mean? This is supposed to be informative. Anyway. All right. Storm Reaver attire. So this must be Warlock stuff, maybe? Impending Doom? I don't know. Oh, these are new item sets. That's why I don't recognize them. Arms of Thorazin. Oh, wait a minute. Meant to be the brother of Iron Foe. Uh-oh, Brigorn. Brigorn, get ready. There's a brother to Iron Foe. It's Foe Iron. Thank you for the follow, Zamtis. Appreciate you. Welcome to the channel. It's already over, Blake. I just finished class stuff. We had come to the summarization that rogues are indeed going to be broken. And I don't care about paladins enough to go back to talk about them. I am very interested about what this is going to be, though. Now, Thorazin, for those who don't know, he's like the guy with the Dark Irons that summoned Ragnaros because he was about to get clapped by the Wild Hammer and the Bronze Spirits, who were coming because he like staged an attack. I have not yet. I'm gone down the main list. I'm in itemization right now. I don't know Rex Crew. I don't know. They left it vague. Are any of these like really good? See, the thing is like they just give me like new item sets. I mean, this is good for like tier 1-ish, tier 2-ish maybe, but I don't know where it comes from. I guess Storm Reaver and Dragon Maw, those would be from like the Dragon Maw retreat, I would guess. So this actually could be strong if it's that level. So we'll see. New reputation rewards: Chendralar, Thorian Brotherhood, Arch of Dawn, Wildhammer Clan. Love it, except for the fact that it's like Alliance, neutral, technically, but I mean like Elf, Dwarf. Yeah, it has a little bit of everyone, and then Dwarf. But it's neutral. Okay. It'd be nice to get some stuff for being exalted with Argent Dawn. Other than what I've already got, I guess. Vampirism is getting nerfed for AoE. That's kind of a big deal for the Pally and the, mages and warlocks using it. Just something to keep in mind. So, if you're hitting multiple targets, its effect is going to scale down, essentially, is what this means. So, just be aware of that. All the AQ20 sets are changing from 3-set. The 3-set bonus is becoming a 2-set bonus, and they're adding a 3-set bonus. I don't know if any of these are really that big of a deal. That one could be cool, I guess. And this one could be cool, but I don't know. I don't. I think it's a nice touch, though. Storm Shroud Armor, Embrace of the Viper. I still don't quite know where... I think these are existing sets that they're just doing stuff to. It's fine. Molten Core gear upgrades. I'm not going to go through these line by line, but most of these, it looks like they're strengthening. I think that's in response to them making a new wing of Molten Core, so it's going to be a little tougher. Mandalore, what is it? Mandalore was upset I didn't spend longer with the gear adjustments. I'm sorry. Paladin tier 3 changes. Ah, yes. They reduce the spell power here, and hit chance, and block chance. Ooh, dang. Yeah. That's got to be kind of tough if you're a tanking paladin. Blade. Signet of Redemption. Yeah, that's tough. Yeah, it looks like Blade. Although I did see something. Hold on, Blade. I will go back. Hold on. I will go back just for a second. Okay. Just for a second to show you something that we saw that maybe you didn't see. I'm only doing this because I like you, Blade. Oh, geez. Paladin. Where was it? So, oh, wait, no, this... Oh, but this isn't something you use as a tank. I saw this. I'm like, oh, what is he talking about? He got all the stuff back there. So, yeah. That is an interesting juxtaposition that they say, oh, Paladin tanks are doing fine, right? And then you move over here to this, and you're like, well, we were doing fine. They just bumped up the stamina here. So it looks like they removed the tankiness of tier 3 for protection paladins. And they gave stamina to a bunch of stuff here for 3.5. Rogue 3.5. Oh my goodness. Look at all that agility. I'll never get this gear. But hey, you know, I love agility. Because I did rogue tanking. Tier set bonus changes. Oof. That's a pretty big drop. Also, pretty big oof. Yeah, wow, they really did just drain you guys' spell power, huh? They just sucked it all out. They sucked it all out, and they didn't give it to anyone else. Oh, hold on, wait a sec. You can't, Turtle WoW, you can't just say restoration. There's 2 classes that have restoration. Unless, wait, no, because, yeah, this isn't Paladin, because Paladin's holy. Rejuvenate, so this has to be Druid, right? Because rejuvenation. Okay. Healing touch spells. Oh, that actually could be good. The 3 set bonus. I don't remember what that one does. I like how they're mixing in some of the new abilities and stuff. Like with Elemental, they're putting that in some of the set bonuses. That's really nice. Because some of the set bonuses are a little underwhelming for Elemental. Tier 3 8 set. Earthquake causes your next Earth Shock within 8 seconds to deal an additional amount of nature damage. Targets with 6 seconds. Oh, that'll make the AoE on it very effective. Okay. I mean, this part is actually big news. If you're a hybrid, right? You need spell power and you need attack power, right? So that means you're using both kinds of consumables. They're going to have these things called concoctions. Emerald Mongoose is Elixir of the Mongoose and Dream Shard Elixir. Elixir Giants and Arcane Elixir is Arcane Giant. See, they just listed these 3. I don't know if they're planning on adding any others, but I like this move. I think it's cool. Who cares about empowering Herbal Salad? This is the one. This is the big ticket. As someone who loves watching auction house market stuff, this is like the big news right here. Flask of the Titans no longer needs 30 Grom's blood. It's 30 golden sand sam. Distilled Wisdom no longer 30 dream foil. It's 30 sungrass. And I have a graphical representation of what happened when this announcement happened. By the way, I did the math for the news on this. This was, I believe, 23,000% jump in price. And then this was something like 9,000% jump in price. Now, before you get all too worried, right? There is something I feel I should share. When this happened, every person who just had herbs were like, you know what? Nah. There's no way I'm gonna let that sell for that. And the green line here, this is supply. So supply immediately shot up. Because look, it was like down as low as like 1,000-ish, got to like 3,000-ish. And then after this, it was like up to 18,000 on the auction house. This is on Northernar, by the way, but same. So this was Golden Sansam and Sungrass, both had the same phenomenon. They've come down. They're like a little bit more reasonably priced, I guess, but it's still speculative. Just keep it in mind. If you're doing lashers, hold on to those herbs. If you're herbing, don't skip those herbs. They're going to be valuable. Just keep it in mind, right? Flask of Supreme Power still needs Dreamfoil. Dreamfoil didn't stop being valuable either. I didn't have this one prepped, but I can pretty much show it right away. Dreamfoil. Look, Dreamfoil didn't suddenly stop being valuable. I mean, this makes it look like it just did, which would make me eat crow here, but there might be a world where Dreamfoil might return to normal prices. This could just be a little blip, if I'm being honest with you guys. And look, as people realize you're going to need less Dreamfoil, more Dreamfoil starts getting into the market. And then prices start coming down. They might have done it. They might have fixed the issue. We'll have to see. I'm very excited about this, though, if you couldn't tell. Empowering herb salad. Like, do healers actually need a food that gives them healing power? I don't know. They removed it needing blackmouth oil, which is like, why would you make it require blackmouth oil anyway? The stone scale eel market's already pretty stretched, so the fishers are doing that. And putting more value on blackmouth kind of seemed a little wild. So, anyway. Bunch of miscellaneous stuff here. Notable, Dragon Breath Chili. It's going from 100% spell scaling to 33%. So, no more Dragon Breath parsing, I guess. Rogue tanks, and I just rogue tanks care about this, but I'm gonna mention it. This cloak that I bought a long time ago just to do rogue tanking, that has a bunch of dodge on it. Now they're taking the dodge off of it, and you have a 2% chance when struck in combat to increase your chance to dodge by 20%, or until you dodge. Man, I want a refund. Anyway. Wing of the Time Lord. 1% chance on melee hit to gain 1 extra attack. This is a good item still. Chromatic Cloak. Got a spell hit. Keep that in mind. Anything else here? Master Dragon Slayer's Orb. Got buffed previously. I think it's getting buffed again. Spell power from 28 to 34. This is going to remain a really good item if you can get your hands on it when you do your Onyxia stuff. No, sorry. That's Nefarian. I think you get from the Nefarian's Head quest. So this is very good for baby casters, like when just doing tier 2 stuff. It's very good. Bug on a Stick, Gem of Nerubis. Less int, less stam, but has more spell power. Just for point of reference too, this is an item that has spell pen on it. So I have it in my large array of spell pen I have. So I just put in a note. And this is other stuff that they've talked about since. This is stuff they've mentioned in the past. But like Dragon Hide shoulder pads give mace. So that's pretty much what we have for the item part. This is Blade right here. They nerfed my spec again. I'm switching to fishing. Why do you think I became a fisher? It's because I got rid of rogue tanking. Yeah, that's how I kind of felt, Blade, when I realized Shibiji, my mage, had a Band of Sulphurous, and they added the true Band of Sulphurous. I'm like, oh, easy win. All right, so, I mean, this is a big item, I think, but, the Red Dragonkin of Grimbatol have pulled their forces closer to the gates. I hope this doesn't mess up Test of Skulls. Test of Skulls, you have to kill one of those red dragons. Really hoping they don't miss that and accidentally make it undoable. Find out after the patch drops. And Karazhan Crypt, finally rogues can get in there. All you need is a lockpick. It's about time. I don't want to do that quest. I want to rogue lockpick in there, so I'm very excited. Performance issue with 2 bosses in Karazhan, very needed. They did some like hot fixes, but these are very graphically intensive fights, even this long on. So this is very happy to see. Thunderbuff now uses Horde mailboxes instead of generic Horde mailboxes. Love to see that. Braille now features a Forsaken mailbox instead of generic Horde mailbox. Also love to see that. See, that's the kind of Horde detail we get, guys. We get new mailboxes. We don't get new zones. We get mailboxes. This is a big deal. Elemental Earth can be now found in thorium veins. I think it's long since time they did something like this. Elemental Earth has been a little bit more doable because you can now transmute it from Core of Earth, but it still remains pretty expensive. They're showing you the different chances here. This is about maybe slightly better than Arcane Crystal, so that's exciting. Makes mine a little bit more profitable. Notice where these islands are. This is like updated world map stuff. You can see the split here, right? Dungeons and raids. Increase the HP of all dungeon bosses to lengthen boss encounters and raise difficulty. How much? They didn't tell us. Is it 300% or is it like 15%? Log on for 1.18 to find out if killing Dark Master Gandalin is a 1-minute affair or like a 10-minute affair. Again, they're buffing things. I think this is a good move. They've strengthened some of the classes. They've strengthened some of the gear. I think it makes sense to make just a lot of the mobs across the board stronger. Health and damage values for all bosses and creatures. Molten Core, Karazhan, Onyx's Lair, Blackwing Lair. Further raid tuning is planned. So, the raids that many people have just been raffle stomping in like a 20-man, even though they're 40-man, might not be advisable anymore. Keep this in mind. Oh, this is probably next to the Flask. This is actually the other best news. I'm sure anyone here has ever gotten a 60. You've probably done the Ren Blackhand fight, where you kill the waves of dragons and then literally wait a full minute for another one. Any challenge would be great, man. Even if you kill me, like, I'm down. Let's go. I'm good. Crescent Grove's getting some love. It's one of the older dungeons. I'm glad to see they're having some adjustments here. Ravasaur training. This is like an old one to get the Ungoro Crater. You can get a raptor. That's cool. Winter Saber training is now twice as much reputation. I know the grind to do that for the people who do it is quite punishing, so this is good. This is good. Began reworking early zone introductions in Elwyn Forest and Durotar by removing some older quests that were either added early in the server's lifespan or contributed to quest bloat. Durotar's boar meat quest, Elwyn and Durotar Griffin and Wyvern, as this design is not used in other zones. I mean, I'm gonna miss the Wyvern in Razor Hill. And I'm sure Alliance people are going to miss that Griffin in Goldshire. So, you know, thank you for letting me jump on your back and fly to places I shouldn't go. You will be missed. This is cool, too. I know Tower of Zora isn't utilized much with early leveling, so that's cool. Unlock the Teleport Rune Nordinar through a quest available after you've activated the Hyjal Runestone Teleport. So, if you've been lazy when you do your Emerald Sanctums and you still haven't done your Runestone quest that teleports you from like the top of Hyjal to the bottom, you should do it now before everyone's doing it, because Teleport Rune Nordinar is available. I imagine it's going to work like the Caverns of Tyne rune. Just keep it in mind, it's probably going to be an easy thing to get. Although I don't know how hard the quest is going to be. New dungeon weekly quest. This is huge. I like doing dungeons. I like having an excuse to do dungeons. Long overdue. I'm excited. I don't care if they give me a bag with like pocket lint in it. I'd be like, guess how many pocket lint I have. You know what I'm saying? I'm excited about this. I don't know how good the fruitcake's going to be. If it's like Grakow's fruitcake, this is big for the classes that really like percentage-based food items. We'll see. Now, I want to be a little frank here. I don't know if Lax Elf is still around. I know Lax Elf had some pretty sharp words about this. I don't even like LFT that much, if I'm being perfectly honest. I like players having to be social to get into groups. I understand that usually just equates, that just becomes like spamming a channel. You know, I get that, and this automates it, this clears up those channels, I get that. So I am a little apprehensive about a group finder. And Turtle Team, you know I love you. How long has the LFT been broken? Or not worked correctly? Or just been janky? Or it's XML doesn't care about my volume setting still. You're adding another thing to the mix? I don't know. I mean, this does take out some of that socialization. I mean, it also does open up the door for other socialization. Okay, I am admitting that as well, but I don't know how I feel about this. I'm a little apprehensive, I would say. Hello, the Daily Groove. Well, you know, Blade, if they are going away in guild bases, fair enough. It's fine. Give innkeepers RP tool for this group finder. I mean, actually, that would be kind of cool. Like, if you want, if you want to do a dungeon or something, you have to go to the closest inn to like sign up for LFT, or if you're doing the groups, you go to the closest innkeeper. You have to remember though, there are some zones that don't have innkeepers for either faction at certain times, but I think that would be a good way of doing it. And I will say, Lax Elf, the game isn't designed to be solo only, but I will recognize that some people do like playing solo, and they're valid, right? I think they're missing the forest for the trees, but they're still people, right? They still have thoughts and dreams and aspirations. If this helps them enjoy the game, like that's the only reason I'm not out of hand dismissing it. But I like the fact that forcing social interaction does engender more of that interaction that I think strengthens the experience of WoW. Yeah, exactly, Rock Hangren. But I won't belabor that point, because that's very much up to taste. I feel it's up to taste. Let's see. Interface options show active leveling challenges of your currently targeted player in the tooltip. This is nice, because previously we could see what guild people were in when they were in like hardcore. Now you can't see. Now we will be able to see again. I like that. Druids are probably jumping out of their chairs hearing about this. You can see your mana when you're in your bear or cat form. Nice. How did the team do that? And what will it break? That's my question. Character class labels on the character selection screen are now color-coded based on the character's class. That's a nice touch. You can now view all 32 buffs and 16 debuffs without the need for add-ons. Woo! Did they figure it out, or did they take Balake and lock him in a basement? That's exciting, because as someone that's done rogue IEA quite a bit, there's nothing quite like seeing your IEA just kind of go away. And you're like, I think I have 20 seconds left on it. Then you panic and put it on again, and you still don't see it. Not fun. So hopefully that's a thing of the past. Sorry, just checking something there. Where were we? Increased macro character limit from... Okay, wait a second. Wait a second. Guys, has anyone seen Balake? You know, like, is he safe? Because Super WoW also does this. Haxer, is he in your basement? Alright, I'm trusting you, but I gotta admit, it does look a little sus. Fix an issue where some UI textures turn white under certain conditions. I actually kind of missed that bug. Yeah. Some nice ways to look up stuff for the donation store. Game Master male background and icon for visual polish. Alright. Right-clicking an item in your bags while the auction house browse tab is active will paste it into the item's name into the search box. That's a nice touch. This is long overdue. I love that. Okay, okay. You know what? You know what I don't see in this changelog? I don't see any donation store poison vendor for rogues. You know, it must have just been an oversight. I'm sure it's in there. I just missed it, right? Right? Because hunters, they got that ammo pet. And they got a literal kennel guy. There's forges and moonwells, but no poison vendor. All right, you don't want my money. I get it. Oh, Eddie, that's a good point. He's safe, not free. Oh, no. They need to slow us down. You know what slows me down? Not being able to... Forgetting I didn't bring poisons to raid. That's what slows me down. Raukangren. That's not a... Okay, first off, Raukangren, you are so out of touch on this. Oh, listen, you've poked the bear, okay? Let me show you something. Okay, let's just take a look. Deadly poison. Is 5 the highest? I think 5 is, yeah. Okay, how do you make it? You need 7 deathweed and a crystal vial. Where does deathweed come from? Huh. I don't see pickpocketed in here, Raukangren. Do you see pickpocketed? I don't. If I could just pickpocket my way to get all that stuff, vanishing powder you can pickpocket and get. Fair enough. Poisons are tradable, yes. And that's fine. But listen, you don't want... Listen, no one even wants a rogue normally in raid. You do not want to be the rogue, be like, hey... You talk to the only other rogue in raid, be like, hey, do you have any poisons? I forgot mine. Do you want to be that guy? It's in lock boxes, which you pickpocket. Okay. Colby? 91. All right, let's go down that road. Let's go down there. Junk box. I'll go for the good one, the level 50. Contains deathweed at 19%, 2 to 8. Now, look at the pickpocket rates here. Okay, so best case scenario, right? Roughly, I need to pickpocket 5 things before I get 1 box. Then when I get 1 box, I have another 1 in 5 chance to get Death Wheat. You do the math. This is not an effective way to get my poison reagents. Unless pickpocketing, I don't know, like what, 20 to like 50 things to get reagents for 1 application, mind you, that lasts half an hour. That ain't efficient. That's what I'm saying. And Cole 91, that's why I am promoting a donate. Like, I will give Turtle Wow money. I just want a little guy, like a little goblin, will walk up and be like, hey, would you like some poison reagents? And I'll be like, yes, thank you. And I'll buy them for market price. You know, easy. He can even sell the poisons for all I care. Because it would be very strong, I think. Because then a bunch of alchemists will start buying the poison reagent vendor guy. Because they're going to want the access to crystal vials, leaded vials, empty vials. So, I digress, though. Yeah, of course a goblin. In fact, actually, no, sorry. I only know of 3 poison sellers. There's an orc in Ogrimmar. There's a human in Booty Bay, and there's like a Forsaken in Undercity. So actually, there's no goblins that I know of that sell it. Well, yes, exactly. So I'm just saying it would be an unintended consequence that rogues wanting the poison vendor would also make that. So there could even be a vendor pet that just sells the poisons, like out of the tin. Should be a gnome? Nah. A Forsaken probably is the best bet because they love poisons. And if you don't believe me, go do some of their quests. Boy, they'll try to poison you. They don't care. They really don't care. Kind of messed up, really. Just cruising. Fix an issue where Ragnaros would not play his emerge animations after Submerge ends. Okay, hold on. Does the Turtle Team want to tell us something about Ragnaros? Because I know you're redesigning those fights. Listen, there's only one way someone found that out, and that's because you kept playing around with Submerge stuff. And if you're playing around with Submerge stuff, that means you're gonna force the Submerge. I know it. I just know it. Which actually I'm kind of pumped about, but many people won't be. Oh, wait a minute. High Elf's got a dance special? Do you know what the dance special is for Tauren females? Nothing. But go off, Alliance bias. Oh no, Lizzie Babs, I'm sorry. Look what they did to you. They put underwear on you. I'm assuming? Yeah, because Shibiji's a forest troll female, and she's like Barbie doll under her clothes. So yeah, I think they finally did it. Was he really Blade? That's kind of funny. Yeah, I think it's cool too, Lizzie Babs. I will say okay. I'm not like an underwear expert. Are these pasties? What are they attached to? Like the underwear makes like the panties make sense, but the bra? Turtle Team, you doing okay? You sure you don't have Balake in the basement? some cool skin stuff going on. All right, achievements and titles. Oh, it's just body paint. Oh, okay. Path of the Brewmaster. Can you stumble your way to 60 without spilling your mug? From Bar to the Barrens, your journey begins. You gain no experience unless you're completely smashed. Reaching maximum level will gain you the title Brewmaster. Someone needs to, like, keep Torta away from from challenge modes. She thinks of the weirdest ones, man. That one's gonna be tough. Do you, like, you could probably, like, game it, but, like, it just means, like, leveling. You're just gonna have to, like, work out how much alcohol you need. Included all new zones and areas for cartographer title. Players who already earned it will not lose the title, but new characters must now explore all recently added zones in Kalimdor and Eastern Kingdoms. Exploring instant zones is no longer required. Actually, that's pretty sweet because I know there's some very casual players who like don't do raiding but like exploring, who they're like, could someone bring me could someone like bring me to Nax? Like I don't want to raid, but could you just like pop me in there? It's really cute. I've seen it happen once. I'm like, oh. Collecting every spider companion now grants its achievement title, the Itsy Bitsy Hero. And a new level 1 lunatic title, Azurath's Most Unlucky Tourist. Explore all the great outdoors at level 1 while undergoing the challenge. Yikes. There are some zones that are not friendly to level 1s. How do you do some of that? That's a lot of corpse walking, I think. Oh hey, new radio content. Well, there it is. We finished the patch notes. In before only title for getting to 60 without ever striking a mob from the front, requiring a tank to play with you from level 1. That sounds like something Torta might think of, honestly, but also, sorry. Damn, that's a big update. Yeah, it really is. So I mean, that's most of it, I guess. Trying to think of the parts I'm most excited for. Probably all the sweet icons I'm gonna make and then blow everyone's mind with. You guys aren't ready for the icons, trust me. Now, Lizzie Babs, I already did item changes. Lizzie Babs, you go away for a while. I did item changes. I didn't spend extremely long there. Is there something you wanted to talk about? Or also, look at these. I think a lot of these are from Dane. I know this is from Dane. This is the new Ghost Mushroom being featured. These are, Dane plays a mage and he really wants new mana gems and mana gem spell icons. I get it. He's such a skilled artist. I don't like, it's hard to say no to him. Oh, okay, you did come late. All right, fair enough. Hold on, wait. I think this is Shieldbreaker Slam. I think this is it. I'm not sure. I think this is it. This might be one of them. This is the new cinnamon roll as well. Oh, you know what I forgot? I definitely forgot about this. Hold on. I stopped around Chain Heal and Shamans. Sometimes my attention span's good. Sometimes it's not. So, I mean, there it is. How long have I been going? Oh, Lord, I've been going for a while. All right. Well then. Well. Yeah. I don't think anything else I wanted to mention. I did briefly mention I'm doing a bunch of icon work. Most of it's just about differentiating icons that exist in game already to make them distinct from other things. Most of it's about items. I have like a list that I've been posting around. Lots to come on that. Like probably maybe close to 2 dozen. Loss. Oh, I got one for loss. No more naked gnomes. Gnomes with pasties. All right. So, with that being said, I'm gonna wrap it up here. I'd like to thank everyone that dropped by. Some people dropped some super chats. That was very nice, very generous. Some people dropped primes. Thank you. Subscribing, following, all that stuff. Not even sure what I'll even be focusing on next when I do like streams of actual gameplay. Gonna be really buckling down to finishing up any work I have left on icons. Maybe thinking about doing another challenge stream. I don't know. Just trying to take my breath. I might also want to make a big video about Rexana and like her journey. Kind of do like a narrative. So I got some things cooking on the back burner. So, anyway. Appreciate everyone, again, who dropped by. I'll do my normal wrap-up. Where did that other thing go? Okay. So, as always, take care of yourself. Take care of those around you. If you're playing a game, keep in mind that the idea is to have fun. If you're not doing that, you're not playing a game. And finally, as always, remember, the deadliest weapon is knowledge. Bye, guys.